Good evening, and welcome to the St. Petersburg by Night podcasting network. Tonight, we present to you our Werewolf the Apocalypse Chronicle, Hounds.
Welcome to another St. Pete by Night revamped production. The following is rated for mature audiences and may contain graphic themes that will be distressing to some viewers. As always, we recommend you ensure the safety and well-being of yourself and those around you at all times. Viewer discretion is advised.
In the heart of night, we rise from shadows, howling at the moon, igniting our battles, cleansing Gaia of an endless fight, until our final days we will fight. Thanks, man, we stand united as one. Evil spirits lurking with horror and dread. Little light leads us where the grave dare tread. Glory and honor, wisdom in our hand. Together we rise, take our final stand. Everywhere we run, the wind is at our back. All the warm forces we will track. From the depths of the ocean to the clouds in the sky, vampires tremble as we learn to fight. Rage across Tampa, in this fight we'll stay. Evil spirits lurking with horror and dread. Little light leads us where the grave dare tread. Glory and honor, wisdom in our hand. Together we rise, take our final stand. Rage across Tampa, in this fight we'll stay. Everywhere with the pack, let the night be our guide. In battles of honor, we shall never hide. Fuck will never hide.
Good evening and welcome to the St. Pete by Night Entertainment Network. St. Petersburg by Night is a World of Darkness role-playing community originating in St. Petersburg, Florida. My name is Kent, also known as Kent on all social media, and I will be your storyteller tonight. It's Friday night, and you know what that means. It's time for Hounds, our Werewolf the Apocalypse 5th edition chronicle set in Tampa Bay, Florida, where a pack of young guru have traveled from Michigan to assist the Sept of the Evening Star in combating the forces of the worm, both physical and spiritual. You can follow St. Pete by Night on all of the social media listed in the description down below, and you can join our community by following that Discord link where you could take part in one of the many activities we have running all month long. We are now offering for players to run or play in 20th anniversary or Chronicles of Darkness games as well, so head on over and join our community today. Now let's introduce our players. Players, go ahead and introduce yourselves.
Hello, everyone. My name is Nikki, and I will be playing Delphine's Ruinspeaker, the Silent Strider Theurge.
Hello, everyone. My name is Jay. I'll be playing Forged from Failures, who got that dog in him, Bonar Rune, and we're going to have a great night tonight.
Hello, everybody. My name is Lilith, and I'll be playing Juniper Camine, the Ragabash Black Fury that actually has that dog in her from when she completely beat Forged's ass and ate part of his body.
Hello, everyone. My name is Ben, and I'll be playing Raymond Gorn, the Ghost Council Philodox.
Let's not forget the time that you murdered Princess the dog, too. That's also got some dog in you. Before we get to recapping last week's session, I want to let everyone know about this amazing giveaway we're doing here on St. Pete by Night. If you want to be part of that giveaway, pay attention to the following commercial because it is a big one and we definitely want you to participate. Let's take a look at it now. You read that right. It is our first ever giveaway, and what better time to have a giveaway than the spooky season. My name is Kent, and I'm the founder of St. Pete by Night and the storyteller of both Rage Across Tampa and Hounds, and it's time for our Halloween giveaway. So let's get into the details about this giveaway because it is a big one and you're going to want to participate. First, let's take a look at the prizes. Our grand prize winner is in for a Werewolf starter pack, and that comes with a Werewolf the Apocalypse 5th edition core rulebook, a character journal, a full dice set necessary to play the game, and a handmade crocheted dice bag courtesy of our friends over at Chromatic Creations. And if you aren't selected for the grand prize, don't worry because you are in for a great runner-up prize. 3 of our runner-ups will receive a full dice set necessary to play any World of Darkness game and a handmade crocheted dice bag courtesy of Chromatic Creations. So those bags you see on the screen, one of them could be yours if you're a runner-up in this contest. So you're probably asking yourself, how do I enter? Well, there's many ways you can enter into this contest, including visiting St. Pete by Night on YouTube, submitting a video about your favorite Tampaverse character, joining our Discord on the link down below, following St. Pete by Night on Instagram, commenting on the Instagram photos, and following St. Pete by Night on TikTok. But wait, there's more. You could also submit a TikTok about your favorite Tampaverse character. Follow St. Pete by Night on Blue Sky. Like, repost, or reply to our Blue Sky posts. Share a post using one of the hashtags St. Pete by Night, Rage Across Tampa, Tampaverse, or SPbN Halloween. Plus, there are bonus entries if you're a Twitch subscriber, so subscribe to Twitch. But of course, it wouldn't be a giveaway without the important legal jargon, so let's get to the important stuff. The giveaway runs October 7th through November 1st, 2025. You must be 18 or older and a US resident to enter. Winners are chosen at random through Gleam and announced on YouTube and our social media. The contest is free to enter, no purchase necessary, and it's not sponsored or endorsed by YouTube, Instagram, TikTok, or Blue Sky. See full terms and rules with the link in the description. That is our Halloween giveaway, so check out that link in the description down below and enter in the giveaway to win that Werewolf starter prize pack. Players, let's get everyone caught up on where we are now. Last week, we saw Juniper call upon the pack patron Ember looking for a little bit of guidance and advice, but what she got may have been a little spicier, a little bit more unexpected. We then saw Forged go to see his baby mama, Lila, and try to talk with her, inform her in the best way possible about the risks that were posed and that she would be safe. But it may have backfired as Lila ended up making an unexpected trip to Michigan instead, fleeing the area after hearing and seeing all of Forged's apprehension and fear. Then Delphine and Charles ventured out to one of the abandoned hive spots where the mushroom people have been growing, the infected have been growing literally from the ground, and they were able to take a dirt sample for further testing. They also had a good mentor-mentee conversation, although Delphine continues to be confronted by truths she is not quite ready to face. Speaking of that, then there's Raymond, who went to visit his friend Jordan. Jordan, who has been losing weight, but also feeding themselves, as Raymond came to find out when he discovered a near-dead body in the closet, drained of almost all of their life until they woke up suddenly, only to be put down and buried by Raymond. And then we saw the pack convene to have their first official meeting discussing where they're going from here and what their plans are for taking on the assignment from the Sept. And surprisingly, it was a very productive meeting, a first for this pack. Maybe there are many, many more to come. But with that being said, let's get to our first scene of tonight's story. Raymond, after seeing the state of Jordan, after seeing his continued decaying, but also getting a glimpse of hope when it seems the real Jordan finally broke through the facade, pleading, begging, suffering, you have a renewed sense of purpose. Something has to be done for Jordan. He has to be cured. He has to be fixed. And a while ago, Ember dropped a vague hint that there was an answer to your problem. You have yet to correspond with Ember again since. In fact, you've sought out the advice of some of the elders of the Sept. But now, in this desperate hour, you reach out to Ember. Heading to a remote part of the woods, how are you going to call upon the spirit?
I'm going to go with the try and intrude method of just creating a small fire. I'm going to actually spend the time to make a pit and clear brush, set up a little fire, and as I'm doing it, just thinking the entire time about that answer that I need.
Go ahead and give me an intelligence and survival to see how good of a fire you build. I would also accept wits and survival.
What rage would I be at?
I would say you're probably at a steady 2 right now, considering everything that happened with Jordan.
Two successes.
As you build a small fire out in the woods, you have done a good job of clearing the brush, but it takes some time to get the fire going. You try to build certain structures, and some of them collapse before the kindling catches, but eventually you do manage to stoke up a pretty solid-sized fire burning. As you stare into the flames, nothing happens.
I'll just stare at the fire, waiting, and as Ember doesn't appear, come on, I need to talk to you. Please, I need you to show up.
Give me a charisma and persuasion, or a manipulation and persuasion, depending on what your intention is.
Three successes.
As you beckon to Ember, the desperation, the pleading, the intensity in your voice, the fire starts to crackle, the flames growing ever higher, the coals within burning extra hot, as eyes appear in the flames, staring back at you the way you stare at them. You rang?
I let out a little sigh of relief that Ember had finally showed up. Yes, yeah. Do you remember when I first encountered you, when we first came down here to Florida? You mentioned that there was an answer to what I sought out the most. the thing that I needed an answer for the most. And I haven't contacted you yet about it. And I should have done it sooner. But now I really need answers. I need help.
Of course I remember, Raymond. How could I forget? But I'm curious. Why the apprehension? Why did you wait so long?
If I'm being honest, I wanted to immediately call you back the first time you told me that. But I waited. I mean, at that point, you weren't our pack patron. You weren't anything except a spirit that I've talked to twice. It wasn't official. And so I didn't really know if that was the best idea. But now, after this time, after waiting, I need to know.
I think we both know, Raymond, that we claimed each other all the way back up in hell. But tradition and ritual should be followed, I suppose. Are you afraid, Raymond? Are you afraid of what the truth might bring?
I'm afraid of what is happening to my friend. I'm afraid of how much longer he has to suffer like this. And I'm afraid what will happen if I don't figure this out sooner or later. At this point, I want your answer. I need the answer. But if you tell me something that doesn't help me, then if I'm going to be honest, I'm going to ignore it. And I'm going to find another way.
Is it determination or is it pride?
I am determined to save my friend. You may call it whatever you want. You may think that I'm prideful in wanting to do this, but I will save my best friend.
What if it was too late? What if you took too long?
It can't be too late, because I saw him still in there. I saw him fighting. I've taken a while. I didn't know who to ask, what questions to ask. But Jordan's still there, and I can still save him.
You rely on one sense. Clearly, you've forgotten what spirits are capable of. Clearly, you've forgotten what we can do. But I'm happy to report it isn't too late. But what will you give?
I'm willing to give and do anything to save him. It's what I've been trying to do for the past year. I don't care what it costs me to do. I will save my friend. Jordan will be free from what is torturing him.
I wouldn't be so hasty, Raymond. You don't know the price.
Then tell me the price. Tell me what I have to do to be able to save him. Don't just walk around the answer. I called you for this answer. Just tell me what it is.
The claws have dug in deep, very deep. Perhaps an especially potent banishment could work. But what will be left behind? What will remain? So much damage has been done. They are so frail, body and spirit. Their mind has been broken time and time again. It would take a great deal to repair that damage. What does a parasite need most?
It needs a host.
Very good. But it has a host. What would it want more than that?
A healthier host.
Yes. And it has tasted power. It doesn't just want a healthy host. It wants a better host. But question is, which host will it be? The guilt you currently suffer for Jordan's state. Would you inflict that on him to save him?
I'll stare at the fire, thinking. If that is the last resort to be sure that he is safe and away from this thing, if I can banish this bane from Jordan with a powerful banishment, if I were to take this thing, if that's what you're implying, and switch hosts, let the parasite move, I'm, like you said, a better host. I'm stronger right now than Jordan. I'm more healthy. Can't I just banish it from myself with the help of others?
No, Raymond. It is sacrifice. You are giving of your spirit to repair his. For he is broken. He is beaten, and there is very little left that remains of him. You want to fix him, you have to lose. Or someone has to lose. What would Jordan think to know that his savior was a martyr? Can he carry that burden? The burden you've carried all this time? Or would your gift go to waste? And just summon another parasite instead.
That would never happen. If I take this and I sacrifice part of myself to save him.
Not part, Raymond, all. It has devoured Jordan's spirit. It has consumed his mind. What remains are the last desperate gasps before the fire is snuffed out. It must be replaced.
If the fire that is Jordan is still there, then I can find a way to rekindle it. I can find a way other than harming someone else to fix that. I'm willing to make that sacrifice for myself, but there has to be another way. You're giving me an ultimatum. You're
giving you
me
the
a final
truth.
outlet. I don't know if you truly are.
What do I have to lose, Raymond? Other than you.
I mean, isn't that already a lot for you to lose? Yes, there are others in the pack. And we all are helping you in learning about the world. But you made that deal with all of us.
I
And
did.
with one of us gone, wouldn't that hurt you just as much as it would hurt us?
Yes, it would. Very deeply. Which is why I gave you another option. I'll tell you this. Your spirit is strong, as is your mind. Therefore, you could carry the weight of what had happened. Jordan is not Guru. And even after all is done, he won't be Guru. He'll be just a man. A man who watched his best friend die for him. Do you think he can carry that weight after all he's been through?
I'm going to bite my lip and just stay silent because I don't want to answer that question. because I don't like the answer to it.
This is a dark path you walk, Raymond. And as I said, there is an answer. I never said you'd like it. You can try the banishment, and maybe you'll succeed, but what will be left behind is a husk. It has already consumed him. At least a great deal. And what you will get after it is done is barely better than what you have now. He is Famorai.
I mean, you are right about one thing. You are correct. I don't like the answer you've given me. And if I go through this with this banishment and parts of him are gone, I will, even if you say that there's no way that it will happen, that there's no hope, I will find a way to restore what was lost.
Stubbornness, pride, parts of him are gone. I have told you the truth, Raymond. There is barely anything left. There won't be parts gone. You should be more concerned with what's left over and how little it is.
But at least there's still something.
For you, let's add selfishness to the list. What about him? What life is that?
I'll just slowly lower my head.
If you want him back, you can have him back, but another must take his place. That is the only way. Whatever you do here will cause suffering.
Then I guess if push comes to shove, I'll be the one to suffer.
No. He will suffer. Because he will have lost you. You won't remember a thing. You'll be gone.
You know what? Just like I said at the beginning, if I didn't like your answer, then I'm not going to listen to it.
That's your choice. But you won't find another. And the longer you wait, the less of him there will be.
I guess we'll just have to see. And at that, I'm gonna kick just dirt onto the fire and just put it out.
As you kick the dirt onto the fire, the flames disappear, leaving just smoke rising. What's going through your mind after this conversation with Ember?
I wanted a better answer. I was hoping that what they had to tell me was worth all the time I put it off. And what I got was not what I wanted. It's an answer. And I have said and stated multiple times that I'm willing to do anything to save Jordan. And I still stand by that. If this is the last option, I'll do it. But Jordan's already suffered enough. And if I do this, then I succeed in my goal, but at what cost?
You can't always get what you want. But if you try sometimes, you just might find you get what you need. We transition now to our next scene. Delphine, you have spent a great deal of time trying to find an answer to the problem you currently face with your parents' ghosts and the haunting of Juniper. You went to the site of the crime, the burned out ashes of your former home, where you were confronted by these spirits. And what did they ask for? They asked for you to avenge their murder and then join them. Now that's a pretty heavy price to pay. So you have been desperately looking for another solution, at least when you were of right mind to do so. Let's find out if you're in the right mind today. Roll me a wits and streetwise.
Still at Rage 2 or?
Yes.
Oh boy, that's one success.
Okay. So since the last time we met, your stockpile has run out once more. And Spud says he's going to need some time to cook up another batch, but he should have it ready in just a few days, maybe in time for your next visit. But that leaves you wanting. Or more like needing. A need that won't be fulfilled. Not today. Even as you enter into the law offices of Pelfrey and Weiss, attorneys at law, going to meet with the Ghost Council elder you were recommended by Artie, Anna, Eyes of the Sea Pelfrey. Now, you have spent some time in these law offices, working on getting that whole will issue resolved, but you've never had to deal with the named partner directly before. Aspen has been a great assistant. You've worked with a couple of other office workers and legal aides, but never Anna Pelfrey until today. The question is, can you focus enough to get any kind of answer? So as you walk in to the corner office, you find Anna Pelfrey sat behind the desk, her graying blonde hair tied back, dressed very professionally. Go ahead and describe how you would appear as you enter into this meeting.
Delphine would have made a point to at least shower and brush her hair, probably stopped by the pack house on the way from the cairn where she's been staying. She probably made an effort to wear some clean clothes. So she's wearing, it's not the nicest clothing, but she's still wearing an oversized sweater, some jeans. Her hair, while brushed, is not tied back well. It's kind of just like a messy ponytail. She just gathered it up and put it out of the way. She's got that little bit of a wild look in her eyes. She's distracting herself from picking at her face and chewing on her nails by instead chewing on the straw of the iced coffee that she got to kind of like give her a little bit of energy, since she doesn't have the drugs in her. She also made a point to go ahead and grab one for Anna on her way in, just a simple iced Americano, extra shot of caffeine. She doesn't know what she likes, but she thinks this would be a safe bet for a lawyer. But the straw on her own coffee is just like chewed horrendously.
So as you walk into the office, Anna looks up and gives a very minute smile. Miss Duncan, please come in. Shut the door behind you and sit down.
She nods a little bit, flinching at the just being called Duncan, just because it sounds foreign to her at this point. So she shuts the door, heads on over to the desk. Looks at between. Does she have like two chairs?
Yeah, she has two chairs on the opposite side. Yes.
She looks between either to figure out which one she wants to sit in. Just ultimately just sits on the one to the left, and she'll set the coffee she brought for Anna on the desk in front of her. I didn't know what you like, so I just an iced Americano.
This is perfect, thank you.
Also, Duncan, I've been going by Delphine, so we don't have to.
Yes, but the rest of the office doesn't know that.
Right, sorry.
All right. What can I do for you?
I'm actually not here in regards to the legalese we've been dealing with regarding my parents' estate, which thank you for all of you, the work you guys have been doing on that one. But it does coincide with the parents. Recently I've discovered that my parents are still lingering. And I don't know, Faspin told you the trip we went to up north, but while we were up there, the theurge of that sept suggested I speak to a ghost council, and Artie, I don't know if you know Artie, but Artie, he recommended you and a few others, but you were local, so.
Yes, I know Mr. Garfield. He comes by the office regularly. She closes a folder in front of her, setting it aside, and you can see the label on the folder is the Duncan Estate. Now realizing that is not the business you wish to discuss, she folds her hands on the desk in front of her. Lingering spirits.
Lingering specifically on one of my pack mates who is the reason they are dead.
See. Well, perhaps you can give me the full picture, the entire story from your perspective. That can give me some insight as to where to begin.
Oh, boy. Well, I ran away from home, before I joined up with the Hell Sept. My parents were trying to, that doesn't matter. But, I went to when I got to the Hell Sept, eventually Juniper came around, and some lady that my parents worked with showed up at the saloon, asked about me by my real name, and Juniper asked me if I knew anything about that name, and I lied. I said I didn't because I thought that they were trying to track me down, and I didn't need them poking around, especially around the Sept. But ultimately, that led to Juniper, she claims that my parents had something to do with her family being murdered. But she decided to make a trip out to my family home and set it on fire with them in it.
I see.
Cut to our trip up north, and I also learned that I can see into the Shadowlands and see ghosts and shit, so that's been interesting. But while we were up in Michigan, I had Juniper go with me to the scene of the crime, as it were, to see if we could make them leave. And they want me to get what they consider justice, which is to kill my packmate and then myself.
That is quite aggressive.
Well, the theurge out there told me to talk to you because he said the only way he knows how to deal with it would destroy their souls completely. And whether my parents did what Juniper claims or not, I don't think damning their souls to eternity, to eternal nothingness, is something I would want for them.
Why not? You ran away from home. It seems like you didn't have any care for what could have happened to them while you were gone.
I mean, just because I ran away from home doesn't mean I want them to suffer, whether it be in this life or the next.
But you being away from home did cause suffering. The loss of a child is pain.
She just sinks in her chair a little bit. I had been away for a while. They were used to. They also worked. My father, he was manager of an office somewhere else. He was out of state a lot. They traveled for work. It's just she's bringing her fingers up to her temple and rubbing it a little bit.
I didn't know them, and therefore I cannot speak to their intentions, their feelings, the type of people they were. But I can tell you this. There is an unquestionable bond between parents and their children, even if they don't show it. And clearly, that bond must be there, or else they wouldn't have remained. They wouldn't be asking for what they're asking for.
Then I should do them the kindness of not destroying their fucking souls. Pardon my French.
Maybe. If that's what you want.
If it wasn't, I wouldn't be talking to you.
Very true. Another question. Why didn't you tell Juniper the truth?
I didn't want them knowing where I was. I had
You could have
just
told her
heard
not to tell. You could have shared a secret with your pack mate.
I also barely knew Juniper.
So you didn't trust her.
Not with that. I didn't need people. I was already getting the third degree about how I live my life from the SEP leadership up in Michigan. I didn't need it from my pack.
I can relate to that. That being said, there are some possible solutions to your problem that don't require you to murder your pack mate and yourself. There are a number of rites and gifts. However, they would be best performed by you. You could have an elder perform it for you, but it would be akin to angering a spirit. If you don't want your parents' spirits to be destroyed, you could send them away, detach them from Juniper, but that would be a temporary measure, or they could one day return. You could drain them, although this is highly frowned upon. Drain them of their spiritual energy, weaken them, though it will cause a great deal of suffering, but it won't destroy them. Or you could bind them into a talon or a talisman. This would take care of your problem, but not theirs. They would effectively be contained, trapped.
And they'd be stuck.
Yes. You could also entreat with them. See if there is something else they're willing to take in exchange. Try to find another solution. However, with malevolent spirits, as these seem to be, they really do only want one thing. And that is revenge.
So what I'm hearing is there is no real ideal solution from my standpoint, at least.
The entire situation is far from ideal. They are wraiths. They are bound to this place by a series of items known as fetters or people, which Juniper and yourself appear to be. No matter how you choose to go about it, they will endure some pain. They will endure some suffering. But the question is, which matters more to you, the living or the dead?
She's back to just chewing on the end of her straw, contemplating that question. I guess I just don't have that answer yet.
Fortunately, you have time. Spirits such as these, they're willing to wait as long as it takes.
They're antagonistic, though.
I would suspect so, as malevolent as their intentions are.
When we spoke to them, they were trying to push both mine and Juniper's buttons, and seem to be working more against Juniper. I'm used to my parents, but they were definitely cutting deep.
Another thought crosses my mind. What if they aren't your parents?
I saw them.
Do you believe that everything you see is the ultimate truth? You should know better as a theurge.
As a theurge, most of the stuff I've been seeing has been god awful. I get visions. I literally see dead people. I accidentally can shunt us into the Shadowlands without even thinking of it.
Yes, that is quite a very unique talent. Most who end up in the Shadowlands do so by mistake. They are very rare to return. I fear the
wasn't-
horned serpent didn't get to you in time and Owl swooped you away.
If it wasn't for Eliza, we probably wouldn't have gotten back.
Indeed.
So what, you think Serpent would have wanted me instead of Owl if Owl hadn't found me first?
I could see the potential. But also, Serpent prefers observers of death, not those who are running headfirst towards it.
She scoffs. It's funny, my mom, the last time I saw her alive, was saying that I was killing myself. And now I literally am dealing with death every day.
Yes, you would have been one of ours.
How hard would it be to change a malevolent spirit's mind?
It's difficult, but not impossible. Spirits do still have a sense of self. They do still have an awareness. And they do have the ability to be influenced. In fact, another option that strikes me is the ability to command a spirit, to give it direct orders. However, depending on the power of that spirit, they can refuse.
Almost makes me think that it might be worth banishing them even temporarily, just to give us a little bit more time.
That is a possibility, yes.
I don't mean to offend my packmate in any capacity, but she doesn't have the longest fuse, and Angry Guru getting antagonized consistently doesn't seem like it's good for the first tenet of the litany.
No, it certainly isn't.
Mostly just concerned about that happening.
I wouldn't say that's necessarily true, because if you were mostly concerned with it, you would destroy the spirits.
That's not an option for me at this time.
Respect that.
If I can take other alternatives first, I will. Even if they're just band-aids until we can come up with a more permanent solution.
Very well. Then I would recommend attempting to command them to move on. And if that fails, I would banish them. But make no mistake, banishment is temporary.
But it buys us time.
How much time, I can't say. Depends on how powerful the spirit is.
She'll glance at the folder on Anna's desk. Is that settled yet? Because I hear things are...
They're progressing.
Weird.
There are a few issues that are being dealt with, but we have managed to secure a stipend for you for the time being. The rest is currently sitting in a trust, but until we can remand control of that trust to you, we will only be able to afford you the stipend.
What's preventing the trust to being released to me? Is it the leeches? I know that they're the ones running that law office.
You want to know the truth, or would you prefer to enjoy this moment of not knowing longer?
Are you saying that? Are you implying that they put stipulations in the will?
Yes.
What did they? What were the stipulations?
Well, primary stipulation is that you go to rehab and remain clean for 6 months.
You said primary.
Did.
That implies there's other stipulations.
The other stipulations are primarily legal issues that you'll receive only a certain amount of the trust at certain ages. They wanted to make sure you didn't spend it all as soon as you received it.
Gotta give them credit. They were shrewd to the very end.
You say shrewd. I say conservative, yes. But this also shows a certain amount of care. They wanted to make sure you could live your life comfortably. They wanted to make sure you were taken care of for a long time, based off of what is written here.
She scoffs a little bit, and yet now they want me to kill myself.
That's what gives me pause about their intentions as spirits. I will say that there is another caveat, however.
What's that?
If you do not complete the first task within 2 years of their death, the money goes away to the second trustee.
I was their only child. Who the hell is this? Who's the second trustee? We had no, there was no other family.
It's a holding company represented by Ballard, Anderson, and Bateman.
So the leeches.
I wouldn't say just them.
Pentax.
Based off of the way that this is worded and the company that it is going to, yes. Now, I will say that has to do, could potentially have to do with the employment paperwork they signed. That their retirement pension goes to the company.
Not surprised that Pentax wants to screw even the life insurance policies of their employees' families.
There are very few things that surprise me when it comes to Pentax.
She'll sigh. She's slid further down in the chair throughout this entire conversation and is now shaking her knee in agitation over the stipulations she's heard and all of this information that she's got now to deal with, and just the overwhelming need to track Spud's ass down at this moment to bring some relief to the situation. And she's gone back to just chewing on the end of the straw and glaring at just a point on Anna's desk.
I know this isn't the result you were hoping for. And I'm sorry for that. We will keep fighting on your behalf as a favor to Aspen. I am also trying to have a copy of the employee agreement, their contract, sent over, but it is being held up.
She'll nod and try to straighten herself up in the chair. It's fine. Wasn't expecting it to be easy. Not when I found out that they were leeches. And after I learned all this stuff about Pentax. But the spirit stuff you've said, that's helpful. At least got something to work on in that regard.
Yes, but be sure that you are prepared. For if the rituals and rites fail, it will only make them more malevolent. And the interference you're experiencing now will be nothing compared to what is to come.
She'll nod. I'll figure it out with the pack. See what we can do most reasonably. See if maybe our pack leader can at least... I'm not the best at trying to convince people to do anything, much less spirits. Maybe our pack leader can help in that regard.
Yes. As much resentment as I'm sure you carry for your pack mate, they are also the one you can lean on. And hopefully trust has been built in the time since.
We're working on it. But she just sighs a little bit. It's rough.
You don't always have to like them. My own pack, for example, drove me nuts at times. But they were family. While families may fight, they also forgive. They will also have each other's back, no matter what.
She holds the cup of coffee between both her hands and just gives a slow, thoughtful nod. I thank you for the time you've given me today, Miss Pelfrey, but I shouldn't take up too much more of your time. Plus, she just gestures to herself. I'm not the best look when it comes to clientele.
It's all right. Feel free to seek me out again and to bring your pack leader, a fellow brother of mine, out for a conversation. Perhaps I can assist further.
He'll definitely want to meet you. He's been wanting to speak to another ghost council.
Yes. Very well. Miss Ruinspeaker. Don't forget, there is a light at the end of the tunnel, but you have to open up your eyes to see it. Otherwise, it will always remain dark.
She'll nod and get up from the chair, stumbling just a little bit. Her legs having lost a little bit of feeling in her legs from just sitting for so long and feeling the way she's been feeling. But she'll get up nonetheless and head out with a respectful dip of her head.
As you're leaving the law office, what's going through your mind after this conversation with Anna Pelfrey?
It's a lot of cursing, mental cursing in her head. The very much child being pissed off and annoyed, throwing a little bit of a mental tantrum at her deceased parents in her head over the stipulations. Just constantly thinking about how even in death, they're still harassing her about how she is living her life. And once again, trying to control her through money again to try to get her to do what they want. And not giving a shit about what she wants and how she feels. And also just annoyance at the knowledge of how this won't be as easy as she had been hoping it would be to get rid of them spiritually. And she's just struggling so much right now. She's shaking as she's leaving the law offices with just rage. And like, as soon as she's out of the office, just immediately going for her phone, texting Spud, asking him if he's finished his batch.
The response you receive is, it'll be ready in a couple days. Hang tight.
And just more anger in that moment as she heads to the car so she can head back to the cairn.
With that, we transition to our next scene. Forged. The last few days have been rough. In fact, one could say it's been rough for a few weeks now. What with the death of your best friend in Michigan, and now with the harsh, cold slap to the face that is the note currently held in your hands. Try as you might to have reassured Lila that she was better safe here. When you went to check in on her again, you found that she was gone, along with your son Cooper. You found a note that simply said, "I'm sorry." Any attempts to call or text in the time since have gone unanswered, leaving you wondering, leaving you hurting, leaving you maybe a little angry, but mostly leaving you embarrassed and ashamed. You knew that wasn't your best self, that you were vulnerable, exposed. And maybe if you'd just been a little more confident, she would have stayed. As you walk through the streets of Ybor City, occasionally bringing up the note to reread it again before crumpling it up and shoving it in your pocket, you also think back to the instructions you were given by Artie. The homework to find a rock to bring to the hearth, to represent yourself as a part of the sept. Maybe it'll be a useful distraction. Besides, this is your place. And even though you've been told that the castle is now off limits, something that you still don't necessarily agree with or enjoy, what's going through your mind?
A lot of it is Forge trying to actively not think of anything right now, because there's just the lingering bitter feeling kind of bubbling with that inside of him. The anger that he feels is mainly actually not towards her at all, but towards himself for thinking that, for being such an idiot, for trusting and trying to, be better in that regard, trying to inform her of everything. Clearly that was the wrong choice. That should have just lied and just kept things going. It would have been fine. And, the little bit of coping, trying to convince himself that, this is what he wanted the whole time, not to have this responsibility, have this problem, and now it's out of his hair finally. So he should be happy. He should enjoy himself and, just find this dumb rock to bring back to the sept and call it a day, and then he can go back to doing whatever. He's kind of being heavily distracted, just not really seemingly being able to find anything or focus.
As you wander into one of the many parking lots that line Ybor's main street just off the main drag, you look around on the ground, looking at the parking barriers, looking for a big hunk of concrete. Because you are a bone gnawer after all, why not have something that represents the city to represent you? Roll me a wits and investigation.
All right. How much rage am I at?
Definitely 2.
Actually, would I'm just going to ask, just in case, would I add for my clan favor of looking for something lost or overlooked? All right.
Overlooked, definitely. Not so much lost, but overlooked for sure.
I got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 successes.
As you're looking around the parking lot, kicking up some of the loose rocks and stones, your eyes tracing over the area, out of the corner of your eye, across the street, at the edge of an alleyway, you see 5 individuals gathered. They look like they're maybe a range of 16 to 19 years old, wearing hoodies and baggy jeans, some with rips in them, stocking caps on their head, at least one of them, long, scruffy hair. Their clothes are dirty. But they are watching you and whispering amongst themselves. Occasionally, one of them will laugh.
Seeing them in the distance, kind of especially laughing, kind of feeling a bit pissed off, he'll make himself look a bit bigger as he looks over and kind of starts walking their direction. As he says, he'll say out loud, "If there's something funny, enjoying yourself? What's so funny?"
Give me a manipulation and intimidation.
Also, I will say, can I go over rage? I feel like
Yeah,
I'm a little easily angry right now.
sure.
That is 2 successes.
With 2 successes, as you try to kind of bulk up, calling out to them as you start to walk in their direction, they just take you in, looking you over, and the one in the front, the one in the center of the group, who looks like they're about 18 years old, wearing a tank top and baggy jeans that go down, almost obscuring their shoes, has a little bit of a scruff on their chin, the early signs of a incoming facial hair, and a mop of dirty brown hair atop their head. We don't have the problem. Seems like you do.
Aren't you supposed to be in school right now?
Oh, we're getting an education right now, all right. And with that, the group starts to slip back into the alleyway, turning away almost dismissively from you.
Kind of just, there's a moment where he thinks he should do something more. Maybe that he should teach them a lesson, but he just thinks about, I imagine all he thinks about right now is just like the disappointed or the angry face of his pack, and especially of Aspen probably lecturing him about something, as he'll just angrily sigh, as he'll just say, it's just kind of like say more a little bit under his breath, like, y'all better walk away, as he turns his back towards them and continues looking around.
As you go to turn away from in the alley, you hear, "Whatever, deadbeat." Roll me a composure and resolve.
Oh man, I'm trying. Actually, 2 successes.
You don't frenzy, but now that won't stand. That is your dead name. You are not a deadbeat. You tried your hardest. You were there for them. You were trying to protect them. So, without fail, you turn around back towards the alleyway they walked into.
I'm just gonna walk after them and just, if I can, go for the heckler, the one that talks the most, and I'll just attempt to just grab him and pin him up against the wall.
As you stalk into
yeah, go ahead.
Well, as you stalk into the alleyway, which it's a pretty long alleyway between buildings that'll connect one street to another on the other side. Knowing that you were only a few paces behind them, as soon as you enter into the alleyway, they're not there. Roll me a wits and awareness or investigation.
I'll go with a awareness, and this is my clan. I'm assuming my favor doesn't kick in at all. I always just ask.
It does. Yeah, it does kick in.
Okay. That is 5 with a crit.
Looking down the alleyway, expecting to see 5 punk-ass teenagers walking away from you, you don't see anyone. Instead, what you see is a dumpster. The lid popped open, and rats around the base of the dumpster, sniffing and pawing.
I just sigh. I think I might be understanding what's going on here now, as I'll kind of stroll on over towards the rats, as I'll take a seat close to them, as I'll just kind of say out loud, like, is this where I get another pep talk?
The rats seem to ignore you at first, but one looks over in your direction from underneath the dumpster and gives out a little hiss and a sneer. But as you stare at them from the inside of the dumpster, a large rustling reveals a bigger black rat as it pokes its head out from the refuse that's almost overflowing from the dumpster. Be nice, you little shits, he calls down to the rats below.
I guess. I mean, you do attract that kind. You attract trash. Or at least your favorite.
I know my kind. What's up, kid?
You know, just having a great time. Having a good time. Just, you know, finally got that, you know, kid out of my hair so I can focus on doing my shit. No problems now. I'll just lean against the wall.
Who the fuck are you trying to convince?
I'm not trying to convince anyone, man. Look, I'm feeling a little bothered by it, but it's what I wanted, right? I was really talking about it before and bothered by the whole thing going on, worrying about it, but now it's out of my hair. So, hey, I mean, I tried.
But your hair's not out of it.
I mean, a few nights of drinking my worries away, maybe fix it. I mean, at least finding something else to worry about. Worked for me before. I mean, worked good enough, that is.
I mean, sure. If you want to disappoint your parents, piss off your sister some more.
Man, how did I have a feeling you would know about that? I guess that's your whole fucking business, but like, I don't know. I mean, I did my best. I did the right thing, you know, what, be honest and be vulnerable, blah blah blah, do all that shit, and good things supposed to happen, right? Well, we saw how that played out. This is just a bunch of bullshit, so whatever. I mean,
Is that your best? Or did you let the fear in? Was that really your best? Because if that's your best, we're all fucked.
I mean, from what I understand, we've been fucked for a while now, but I mean,
Yeah,
look.
You're supposed to change that, kid. You're supposed to fight to make it unfucked. But instead, you can cower and shake your knees and convince no one that they're safe.
Dude, what do you want, man? What more am I supposed to do? I told her I can't just. I was trying to convince her that it would be okay, but dog, I don't even know if it's gonna be okay. Like, what the fuck? What am I gonna tell her?
You make it okay. You give her a place to come back to. Make it so that you believe it's okay. Because the problem was, kid, you didn't even believe it. You were scared. You were worried. You couldn't convince yourself that she was safe. And why should she be? With you looking out for her? You pawned it off to the Sept. You tried to get someone else to keep eyes on her.
They do a better job at it. I mean, they seem to know everything. That Artie dude has access to like every fucking camera imaginable. I mean, it seemed like have a good job at it. And I've been going there.
Sure, and I'm sure they've got nothing better to do, save the world or get iron or, take care of their own loved ones.
Look, we already did the iron deal, so it's not like they have to worry about that anymore. And look, dude, I tried. What?
I got news for you, kid. You didn't.
He just kind of leans forward now, just tapping his foot onto the ground rapidly, just clearly just very agitated right now, as he'll just stand up and look over to Rat. So what am I supposed to do then? Huh? What big idea, what big pep talk you got prepared for me right now? Am I supposed to track her down, find her, run over to her, and be her Prince Charming, tell her everything's gonna be all right, single-handedly defeat all the bad guys? Like, what the fuck am I supposed to do? I tried. It went fucking shit. So, what now? What's the plan?
Make it all right. Do the work. Create a place that she can be safe in. Convince yourself by doing it. Or do nothing. And she can be up there, and you can be down here. You don't believe it, kid. You didn't believe it then, you don't believe it now. You know how dangerous this place is, but guess what? Your friend got killed up there. Nowhere is safe until you make it so.
Man, I'm just one dude, man. I'm like, I know I have all this shit and I can. I mean,
yeah, but there's also the others too, kid. You don't think they want a safe place? They just need someone to point the arrow. Someone to lead the charge. Someone to make them realize how dire things are. So that they don't also lose their loved ones. Because everybody's got somebody they want to stay safe. Not just you. So no, you don't have to do it by yourself. That'd be stupid.
Oh my God, I'm just tired, man. Shit just sucks. Look, I hadn't won a meaningful fight in fucking forever. I apparently lost to Juniper of all people. How the fuck did I lose that? I mean, I'm not even the strongest dude here. What is it? That's all I've known, myself to be, is the strongest fucking dude in the room. And yet I guess I'm not even the top 3 strongest people here. So how the fuck am I going to feel like I'm super safe when I can't?
You need a tissue for those big feelings?
Oh man, fuck you, dude.
Get stronger. Get better. And go out there and get a fight you can win. They've been doing this a lot longer than you. Maybe not Juniper, that kid's fucking crazy. But the others? Yeah, you couldn't beat Stuff Suit. Stuff Suit's been doing this for 30 fucking years.
It's not. I mean, dude's lucky. Dude's lucky he got born into all that shit and can do all this mighty fucking power bullshit. I mean, if I had 30 years, I'd be unstoppable too. I'd be like, I've already probably fixed all these damn problems. But
Yeah, I'm sure you'd look good in a suit too. With no personality. You think that guy goes clubbing? Hardly.
more correctly, didn't you not even graduate high school or some shit like that? That's actually thinking about, you know, I gotta, it kind of makes me laugh thinking about that sometimes. Imagine not graduating high school.
Yeah, but I never even went to high school.
You probably like it, to be honest. I mean, people keep all sorts of bullshit secrets for no reason there. You'd probably like it. I mean, hey, I did good enough there, and that should say enough.
I can't say I didn't sniff around from time to time, but you know what? I can't handle all those hormones and drama.
I mean, you hang around with us. Is that not still what it's all about? Hormones and drama?
Yeah, and it fucking stinks. But you can change it. Be the difference you want to see in the world. That's what they say. You want her to be safe and come back? Make it safe. Convince her to come back. Because as long as you don't believe it, she's not safe. As long as you're questioning, she's not safe. Fuck, as long as you're questioning, you're not safe. You almost walked into an alley outnumbered, thinking you're hot shit, not knowing what you're facing. Don't forget, kid, this world's a lot darker and a lot deeper than it seems. What if they were all plant people? You did so well against the last one, getting yourself almost blown up.
Look, man, I probably could have won, to be honest. I mean, I really talked to that, you know, like Wolverine guy. He taught me how to fight a bunch of people at once. But I mean, I get what you mean. It was not my brightest moment, okay? It was a little fucking stupid, but...
You hear some snickering from down at the base of the dumpster as the other rats that are still collected underneath there have stopped what they're doing and are just watching you.
I can still get to you, you know. I can still get to you probably before he gets to me. Just remember that.
Listen, all jokes aside, all fuckery aside, you gotta commit to the bit. That bit being Guru, being a savior of the world. If you're half in, you're half out. And the half of you that's out is vulnerable.
You see, as Rat says that, Forge just kind of looks unsure, kind of biting his lip a little bit, not looking directly at Rat. He kind of thinks to himself, like, you know, can he be that guy? You know, not quite sure he could ever be that guy. I mean, he's always just been, you know, deadbeat, been Forged. He's always been the guy that wasn't about that, who was just an asshole. So could he ever be someone like that? He's just trying to decide if he can, as he's just contemplating that, standing there.
I got something for you. I know you're taking an emotional beating, but it's not without gifts. You're looking for a rock, right?
Oh, yeah, I gotta find a dumbass rock for the sept, so I was hoping just to find something large enough and, call it quits.
He dives back into the dumpster, and you hear a bunch of rummaging around. One of the big trash bags just falls off the top to the side, which the other rats down below scurry over towards. And then a moment later, he pushes a large piece of stone out of the dumpster, which clacks to the ground. And as you look at it, it is concrete. It looks like it's come from a concrete barrier. But if you squint at it just right, it looks like the shape of a large rat with a large end and then a shorter end to represent the head. There's even a small bit of the granite along the side that looks like a tail wrapping around to the front.
So you sure you just didn't want this for yourself? As Forge would actually, while he threw it out, he was actually also giving a cursory glance over the trash bag, seeing if someone threw away anything he might wanted to grab before kind of catching his attention to that and picking it up and observing it, kind of looking it over.
It's my gift to you. Commit to the bit of being a rat, of being Guru. Make the world safer for people like her and your kid.
But the whole, what do you say, fake it till you make it kind of thing of, if I just pretend long enough that I'm some fucking hero, that I maybe might eventually become one?
Yeah, something like that. You convince yourself, even if it's through faking it, until you believe it.
He contemplates that for a moment, actually genuinely in a serious manner, before realizing, kind of just nodding to that and saying, well, as long, maybe give it a shot for a little bit. I mean, as long as they don't end up like Charles or some shit with no personality, if I can at least still be myself, I ain't gonna be saving, damsels in distress unless they got some, big ass titties.
Trust me, nothing's gonna strip that sterling personality of yours.
You'll you have a smirk with that as he'll try and pocket the piece of stone or the concrete he has, and he'll walk on over to Rat, and he'll offer a little fist up, as he'll say, you may be an asshole and you smell like shit, but you at least know how to, make me feel a little better.
Takes one to know one, kiddo. And he fist bumps you.
And as he's gotten close, he looks down toward the other rats and maybe kick a little couple bits of pebbles towards them, as he'll shake his head and he'll say, I guess I'm gonna head back with this, and hopefully I'll be the first one who actually got some sort of stone. I can brag over about the others, but hopefully this shit with the plant bullshit will go over easy. Seems like we actually have a decent plan with it.
You got this. Like you said, fake it till you make it.
Just sure, you got Hero Forged on duty, and he'll turn around and start walking away.
As you walk out of the alleyway, starting to cross the street again, eventually a voice calls to you from behind. Hey, wait up. You turn around and you see the lead kid again with the scruffy brown hair and the baggy pants, tank top, say, got your wallet. And he holds up a wallet.
You're lucky you're one of his kids. Otherwise, I'd beat your ass. But I can at least tell you are one of his kids. That I'll go to grab it.
As you come up close and take the wallet from his hands, roll me an intelligence and occult.
All right. This is 2 rage dice. Let's do it. 1 success.
As you take the wallet from him, you recognize there's something different about him than it is with Rat. He's here. He's present fully. It's not a manifestation. He's not a spiritual presence. This is a person, an actual person. But as you look into their eyes and you see the beady black orbs staring back, they're more than just a person. He then hands you the wallet, gives a little 2-finger salute, and heads back into the alleyway.
He'll just contemplate that for a moment before thinking to himself, there really is a goddamn way of everything in these days. As he'll kind of nod to that and start walking off. Make sure he has everything in his wallet too before he leaves, just to make sure.
As you're thumbing through your wallet, you do notice that $10 is missing.
It's just, it's not enough to make a scene about it. It's not enough to make a scene about it. Just reassuring himself, I think he's walking away.
As you head off, going back to head home, your new one prize of this heavy concrete stone in your hand. We transition now to our final scene of the first half of tonight's story. Juniper, it's been about a week since when the assault was supposed to take place. Stakes hasn't returned and you've heard no hide nor hair from up in Michigan. Try as you might, knowing that nothing runs on time necessarily or nothing goes exactly as planned, you can't help but feel that panic start to claw at your stomach in the back of your mind. It's been distracting, to say the least. And every impulse in you has wanted to go find out what was going on, to run up to Michigan, but you were told not to. She made you promise not to. One day at work, you receive a text message from Artie who says he wants to meet with you as soon as possible. So you make arrangements to meet up at the same coffee shop that he has been known to frequent. And as dusk hits, you arrive at the coffee shop. Looking in through the windows from the street, you can see that it is sparsely populated. There's the barista, there's a couple of customers interspersed between tables, but at the far, far back, where Artie's table is, there's no one else. Artie sits there with his laptop open, and as you observe him, he's looking a little rougher around the edges. He's got bags under his eyes, his shirt's untucked, top couple of buttons are undone, and he's feverishly typing at the computer as you observe him from outside the front door. What's going through your mind as you prepare for this meeting?
Well, and now I'm concerned for Artie, as well as everything else that I've been dealing with. I'm just really stressed, to be honest. My conversation with Ember didn't go how I thought it was, and now I feel so much weight on my shoulders regarding the pack and everything, and getting my own shit together and getting my head on straight. And yeah, I am panicking at this point about stakes and about everybody else in the Hell Sept, but if we're going to be honest, mostly about stakes. Um, all of this stress and agitation is making some of my more not so great urges stronger, and resisting that has also been a bitch and a half. So even with the training sessions with Charles and helping out at the Sept and keeping my mind busy and working and keeping an eye on the pack members, I'm still like a little ball of restlessness and impatience.
Trying to take a deep, steadying breath, which instead comes very shaky and shallow, you open the front door to the coffee shop, making your way through the tables until you reach the back table where Artie sits hunched over his computer. As you approach, he straightens up and stands. Hey, good to see you. Thanks for meeting me.
I have a quick question. As I walk up, is there any reflection of whatever's he's doing on his laptop in the window?
No, it's actually pointed towards the back of the room where there is no window, so you can't see a reflection, you can just see the glow.
Okay, I just wanted to ask. As he stands up and greets me, I kind of smile a bit and give a wave. Hey, Artie. I look at him with more concern than I wanted to initially show. Are you okay, man?
Yeah, just working a lot. Here, have a seat. I got you the same drink as last time.
Oh, thank you. It was actually pretty good, so I appreciate that. And I will sit down and kind of awkwardly tense my hands a few times before like rubbing them on my legs and trying to relax.
He sits down back in his seat and he closes his laptop and shoves it off to the side a little bit. So I wanted to check in with you and see how things are going. I mean, you've had a lot happen over the past couple of months, and when we had our little team building exercise the other night, you were rather quiet.
My posture and face kind of turns a little sheepish, and I look around a bit before coming back to his face. Yeah, I was very focused in practicing the if you have nothing nice to say, don't say anything at all.
He lets out a soft chuckle and nods his head. Yeah, I get that. There have been so many times where I've bit back what I wanted to say, so I can totally relate to you there. But there's a time and place when you don't fight back. And I want you to know, when we're all together like that, you can speak your mind. Maybe choose your words carefully. Don't try to be, baiting or overly aggressive, but you should still say what you want to say. You have a voice here. In the Sept, in the Cairn, with your pack. You can talk. what you have to say, what you're feeling, what you're going through is important. And I know that trust comes hard for you, vulnerability even more so. But if you want to receive it, you need to give it too.
I take a moment to take a sip of my drink as I stew on his words a little bit. And as I put the cup back down, I nod my head. I mean, I'm honestly trying. And just letting everyone say what they needed to without trying to defend myself or immediately react felt like it was like I was being vulnerable.
I respect
And it
that.
was just, yeah. Like another problem is that the only things that I have to talk about with other pack members are things that I've already had conversations about, and it just ends up in the same loop over and over and over again of insanity. So
Why do you think that is?
because I pause again and start running my fingernail back and forth on the table, not scratching into it, but just nervously fumbling around.
It's okay if you don't know.
Well, I suppose one of the biggest things is that one of them found out something that I did. And I don't know how they found out, but they refused to believe that some of the people that were closest to them did horrible things to the people that were closest to me.
Delphine's
And
parents.
yes. Like I said, I still don't even know how she found out. So it's just a big whole situation now, and now they're psychotic ghosts that are telling her to kill herself and me.
Well, I'm definitely not the authority to ask on all of that, but what I can tell you is it's for the best that she knows. It's for the best that it's out there. Because that's how you're both going to move past it. Having this hidden secret between the two of you, having this uncomfortable truth kept to yourself, it's going to eat away at you and her. Having her left wondering and you knowing is going to always cause a divide between the two of you. That's a divide you can't afford to have.
I mostly just wish I could have been the one to tell her myself when I was ready. Because now that she'd found out some other way, it just has left the situation even more awful, and the conversation always devolves into her being like, well, you don't know my parents killed your family. And I'm like, nope, they definitely did. My entire life has been filled with, your parents being the direct cause of my family's strife and suffering. Instead of, talking about how to deal with the race and everything. So, yeah.
You can relate to that, can't you? You had to find out a hard truth about your dad. And while it came with some benefits with Jester and your family growing, the man you grew up with was not the man you knew. The man who raised you had a secret of his own. Doesn't mean he loved you any less, doesn't mean he wasn't your father or someone who cared for you. But he had a dark past. Very dark past. And if you don't think he was involved in ruining a few lives of his own, you're deluding yourself. You don't get to be that in the mafia without ruining a few lives.
Well, I mean, I know that, but the thing is that I've already accepted that. Like, I've already accepted that about him. I'm not just like living in some delusion where I think that the information that was like laid out point blank in front of me is all a lie.
Because it was laid out point blank in front of you. Also, she's not you. You're tough, Juniper. You've gained this hard outer shell through experience and trauma, through a life lived differently. Delphine doesn't do that. She fogs her mind to get away from the truth. She escapes. She's not you. And that doesn't make her bad. It just makes her a different person. A different guru with her own flaws and faults. And I'm not here trying to make a speech about, who should forgive who or what should happen. But she doesn't know point blank. So she's always going to wonder. And who knows, maybe she'll find out one day, or maybe she won't. But either way, this has to be resolved. And instead of defending yourself or biting back, try using some I statements. I feel like I have to defend myself all the time. I feel like there's nothing else I can say about this. I feel regretful and want to move on.
I've already straight up told her that I am sorry for the way that it's affected her.
That's not an apology, Juniper.
I point blank said that I'm not sorry for what I did, but I am sorry for how it affected her. In fact, Stakes is the one who helped me figure out how to say it.
Well, Stakes aside, being a lupus born, that's a start. But you are making it about her and not about you. And regardless, the apology's been said. Doesn't mean she gets to forgive you right away. Doesn't mean you get that. Just like you haven't forgiven the ones who harmed you, nor should you. But if one of them came up and apologized, would that make you want to hurt them any less? If they said, we're sorry that this hurt your feelings, doesn't bring them back, doesn't make it right. I'm not trying to put you on the defensive here, Juniper. You did something. You don't regret it. You own that. And that is worthy of respect. Maybe not from her. Maybe not now. But it is worthy of respect. At least you are taking ownership of it. That also comes with all the rest of this shit. And yeah, she found out before you told her. And you can say to yourself that you were going to, that you had a plan, but the longer it took, the harder it was going to be. Because she would have known that you had known that entire time. Every time she cried, every time she bemoaned the loss of her parents, you knew and you said nothing. Probably for the best that the truth did come out when it did. Even if you weren't ready for it.
I guess I'll give you that one. It's good that she knows.
I appreciate that. But you're giving yourself that one too. Because now you don't have to carry that anymore. You don't have to live in secrecy. Because I'm going to tell you, Juniper, if you did truly own it, you would never have hidden it. You knew it was wrong, and that's why you said nothing. Did they deserve it? I'll tell you the truth. Yes, they did. But you felt guilty. Still. You felt some sort of shame. And that shame has manifested in the ghosts that are haunting you now. But enough about that. That's a lot. A lot to think on, a lot to process. I'm not here to point fingers, like I said. But you hold this all inside. Keep this all back. It is eating you from the inside out. Even if you are further along in the process. And maybe there's nothing for you left to do. Maybe the sorry is enough and it's just going to take time for her to accept it. But because you shared with me, I'm going to share something with you. He reaches over and opens the laptop. Only the leadership knows about this right now.
Oh, what are you about to show me, Artie?
I can't say for certain, but I think something went wrong at the mines.
It takes everything within me not to crack the table that I am holding onto for dear life with my hands.
I'm telling you this because you deserve to know, and the rest will become aware of it soon, I'm sure. But I know how important this is to you specifically. There is no proof that anyone was harmed, that anything went bad, but I don't think they were able to secure the mine. I have not been able to contact them, and they have not contacted us. This could mean that they're laying low. I want you to consider all of this before doing something rash. And if it did go bad, there's nothing for you to do anyway. What you need to do now is trust in stakes. Nobody is going to know survival better than her. Until we know for sure otherwise, don't let your mind run away.
This is what Ember was talking about. This is exactly what Ember was talking about. I mumble to myself and move my hands from the table down to my legs and clench my pants up into my palms.
This is me showing you trust and vulnerability. This is me sharing with you. Don't give me a reason to regret it. We're doing everything we can. We're going to figure this out.
What? Give me a second. I'm okay, just
Your time.
give me a second. I look over to the cup of coffee and decide against it in this moment. And I look back at Artie. There isn't another choice for me here. I have to remain strong, especially for the pack. So don't worry about me flying off the handle or doing anything crazy, because I made a promise to Stakes that I wouldn't go, no matter what.
Good.
What exactly happened? Do you have a lot of detail?
It's primarily propaganda, cover story, but they say that a equipment malfunction led to a cave-in, and that residents pretty far away heard the noises coming from the mine. The only reason I think anything went wrong for sure, because this could be their cover story, but there's something about it that has me questioning the fact that they have representatives from the mine weighing in this article, that they were able to get to it so fast. And honestly, why wouldn't they have touched base? Why wouldn't they have started delivery if it went fine?
Do you think it was a setup? With how fast they were already on the scene, these representatives,
Maybe.
how quickly they're cleaning up.
Maybe. Can't say for sure. It's also possible that it was more secure than was originally thought. But whatever the case is, we won't know until we know. Until we get a report back, until somebody sticks their head out. We need to be prepared and make plans in case it did go bad, in case the iron isn't coming. Because we have to fight on this front. No matter what. This is the pressing fight.
What about the moon bridge? Do we have to worry about that?
That has been a concern of mine, but I also think it's the only way for them to get to safety if things did go really bad. So I'm leaving that option open for now. I've been keeping it well guarded, and I'm prepared to destroy our end of the moon bridge if need be.
I nod my head slowly. Okay. That was one of the first things I thought of. Because if shit went as absolutely south as it could have, they could have grabbed any number of them and have done whatever and gotten any information that they wanted. So
That's true, but they would need a guru who knows the right of the moon bridge to open it. And as much as there's been questions as to the legitimacy of the other sept, I believe they wouldn't do that. Because one way or another, we are all guru. We are all fighting for the same thing. And we have the benefit of the fact that they were 7-8 hours away from home. But you're right. And I have considered that possibility, and I am prepared for it.
I just sit there. My eyes have kind of unfocused themselves as I just think through everything, trying not to spiral too deeply into all of the possible scenarios because that's too much. And after a few minutes, I focus in on Artie again. What is the best thing that I can do right now?
Best thing you can do is stay strong. Don't panic. Don't let your mind tell you lies. Wait for the truth. Trust yourself that the truth is coming one way or another. And until then, any story you come up with in your mind is just a lie. It's just your brain tricking you. And it goes beyond the psychiatry of it all. That kind of thought process attracts Banes. They want your doubt. They want your worry. They want your fear. So you need to keep it under control. You need to stay here and present. And you need to let the truth reveal itself in time.
Yeah. Okay. Um, when do you plan on telling everybody else?
I was hoping to give it another couple of days to make sure I'm not overreacting, not to get anybody else panicked. But I'm waiting for Aspen's call on that. I made this call on my own because I knew if there was anyone it was going to affect, it's going to be you. And I wanted to give you an opportunity in a safe place to share that fear and vulnerability, for me to help you. Because the last thing the pack needs is everyone freaking out and turning on each other out of fear and out of worry. And let's be honest, you've got a record.
My lips curl up into a hint of a smile. Yeah. I feel like if this was even just a few weeks ago, I would have started a whole war hearing this information.
You should ask your sister about that. She almost did. And almost got herself killed doing it.
I am so unthoroughly not surprised. Like, I could not be more not surprised hearing that.
Well, it's a cautionary tale. To save her friends, she had to sacrifice one of the Guru to do so. That still sticks with her to this day.
I guess in a way I can sympathize.
Yeah. Well, I appreciate coming here. I appreciate you being honest with me and vulnerable with me. And I assure you, what you say here is safe, secret. I just want to see you succeed, just like I want everyone else to succeed.
I consider telling him for a moment after he says that. I consider finally speaking up about my actual biggest secret. But now is not the time. And I bite my lip, take another drink of my coffee, and nod my head again. I appreciate this, Artie, and thank you for giving me the time that I need to process this before all hell breaks loose. Oof.
Yeah. Believe me when I say I really do care about each and every one of you. I know that we're still strangers in a lot of ways, but to me, we're all family. Families have to stick together and they have to fight for each other. And yeah, they have to fight each other sometimes. We will figure this out.
The good news is that I haven't felt any horrific pit in my stomach that the guru that has quickly become my second mother has had something horrific happen to her. So I'm gonna stick to that hope that she is okay. And yeah. You're a pretty cool guy, Artie. I'll give you that.
Well, I've always known that, but others have doubted.
Well, I mean, you did cut your dreads off, so it's kind of hard to see the coolness factor sometimes.
That is fair. All right.
Do you, sorry, this is kind of random. Do you have a picture of yourself with dreads?
Yeah, I have a few.
Could I see one?
What are you going to give me?
Well, I mean, I came here all vulnerable and talked about my biggest issues, and I've talked about my past.
And I breached protocol with my leadership to tell you something that we're not ready to tell the pack yet.
Okay, all right. You know what? I don't know. I don't have a lot, man.
Now you're just doubting yourself.
What do you want to know?
I'll tell you what,
What would be good enough?
I'll make a deal with you. Keep up training. Continue to get close with your sister. And you keep this secret until the leadership is ready to reveal it. And I will give you the picture.
Deal. My lips are sealed. I love spending time with my sister. And okay, I've got something. And I lean in a little bit close and I whisper it. I think Charles is actually a pretty cool guy too.
Oh, shit, he says as he sits back and strokes his goatee.
There you go. Juicy secret right there.
That's pretty good. That's pretty good. Well, I've got one too. So do I.
All right. Well, we're both in agreement to take those to the grave. Taking those to the grave just between
Absolutely.
us two.
All right. Well, get out of here. Go do something for yourself. And just be kind to yourself. This kind of vulnerability, it always leaves a hangover of some kind, and it can make you especially twitchy. So give yourself some time to just process all of this. And if you ever need me, you can call me.
I appreciate that. But look at all my progress. And I just like widen my arms out at the table. You just told me some heart-wrenching shit, and instead of freaking out, I've turned this around into laughing and chuckling.
It's true. To be honest, I wasn't sure what to expect, but you did good. And as he says that, he reaches up and snaps his fingers, and the other guests in the diner dissipate.
Is the barista still there?
The barista is still there, but you can see that they have earbuds in.
Artie, do you own this coffee shop?
There's a name on the lease that is suspiciously similar to a name I've gone by in certain circles.
I see. Well, I look around at the now very empty cafe. That was a really cool trick.
Keep working at it, and maybe I'll show you how.
Deal. But first, that picture?
You gotta keep that secret, girl. That's a juicy one.
Man, I totally thought I was gonna walk out of here with the picture. All right, I'll keep it. Yeah.
Next time we meet, I'll show you the picture.
Sounds like a deal.
Now go on, get.
Yeah, I'm gonna go on a very, very long run.
It helps.
It really does. And I will finish up my coffee.
As you stand up and turn to leave, give me a wits and awareness.
What range am I at right now?
I would say you're probably at a 1 after this conversation. Maybe a 2. Yeah, let's go with the 2. That was some pretty stressful information.
Holy shit. I just got 7 with a crit.
Okay. As you are starting to leave the coffee shop, a rattling kind of pricks up your ears, and it's the rattling of a pill bottle. Peeking over your shoulder, you see Artie dumping something into his hand and bringing it to his mouth before shoving the pill bottle back into his pocket.
I'm going to keep that in my back pocket for now. And I'm going to walk out the door into the night.
As you step out, what's going through your mind after this conversation with Artie?
I'm a mess. I'm doing my absolute damnedest to just stay composed and prove to myself that everything that I have been working on up until this point is working. And I am not going to fly off the handle. I'm worried sick about my mom, but I was being honest. As much as I've been worrying about her, I haven't felt that heart-sinking, gut-wrenching feeling that I had when that night happened. And Ember's words are repeating in my head as I'm walking away and getting ready to change into lupus form to go out on a run. That I have to be strong. I have to be strong. Otherwise the whole pack is gonna collapse once they learn about this. And I may not be able to keep all of them, but the most important secrets I'm pretty damn good at keeping. So all I can do is move forward. If not for myself, then for my mom and the others that I have to look after and protect.
As you bite back all of that anxiety and you shift into your lupus form, taking off into the woods, this is where we go to break. We'll be back in just a few minutes with the second half of tonight's story.
St. Petersburg by Night is brought to you through collaboration with our partnered vendors, Dramatic Creations, Panchi Artista, Ember Fox Dice, Devlin the Bard, Champs Tramps, Howlin' Hop Tea. Links to our partnered vendors as well as our Twitch and YouTube channels can be found on our website, stpetebynight.com. You can follow SPbN on all socials with the hashtag StPeteByNight. If you wish to support our program, you can do so at ko-fi.com/stpetebynight to help keep the stories rolling.
As we return from break, we find ourselves at an RV campground about an hour away from Tampa. Ray and Delphine arrive in Ray's truck, driving to the far back of the campground to one lone RV that stands apart from most of the others that are parked here, even though the RV parks are starting to get more and more crowded as the snowbirds start to make their way in. Outside, there's a nice campfire going in a small brick fireplace. And there's the chili pepper lights hanging from around the awning. As you arrive and park the truck nearby, you don't see Spud right away, but from the lights on in the RV and the fire that has been built, you know he's present. For now, you have a few moments, just the two of you, before this interaction begins.
I'll say that Delphine, the entire ride there was very jittery. Wasn't able to sit still for the bulk of the ride. Feet on the dashboard just because she needs to press her knees into her chest for some stability, because otherwise she would just be tapping them nonstop.
I'm sure that I probably noticed that pretty easily, how anxious you were. So pulling up, parking the car, kind of examining his RV and just the setup. First time I've ever been here. Glancing over at Delphine. So this is where the infamous Spud lives.
Yeah, she's got her eyes just fixated on that doorway of the RV, just staring, but she does answer. Uh-huh. Yeah. He's a little eccentric, but he's pretty chill guy. There's gonna be a raccoon. Leave the raccoon alone. The raccoon might also hand you stuff, but you don't feel obligated to take it.
Uh-huh. Understood. Is there anything else I should know before we meet him?
I mean, he's a leech, so there's that information. But, he's been doing work for the cairn. So he has to be somewhat of a good leech. I mean, I like him.
I'll kind of chuckle at that last remark. Yeah, I mean, I'm not going to immediately jump to conclusions about him, but I'm still going to be on my toes. And remember, we're here for a specific reason.
Yeah, and to get weed for Forged.
Yeah. Sure.
She'll actually pull out some cash that she was able to withdraw from the stipend. I managed to get my hands on some money, so we'll be able to buy it tonight.
Mm-hmm. Okay. I mean, going in, you know him. So if you want to start the conversation, and I'll just...
Yeah, actually, I should probably go ahead and let him know that you're with me. Just so he's not jumpy. I mean, he knows that I'm a Geru and he knows that we're Geru, so...
Roll me a manipulation and deception, Delphine.
Because I'm trying.
Yes, it's for drugs, so you don't. Yep, I know. And wits and insight from you there, Ray.
Am I still at 2 rage?
Yeah. Going into this situation with a leech, having to be friendly, it's kind of a first for you.
I'm gonna spend a willpower.
I'm also just going to spend a willpower. I got 7 with a crit.
Damn it, I got 6!
You can tell by her anxiety and eagerness that she's probably trying to get away from you, at least for a second. Something doesn't quite add up.
Delphine, remember the stipulation to go and talk to him. I have to be here with you. And you going off by yourself to talk to him breaks that stipulation. So we go in together.
She sighs a little bit and nods. Fine, let me at least just text him then and let him know that we're out here.
Fine.
She's gonna text Spud, hey, outside with a friend. Also, can you have Pippin hide some drugs in the car once we're out of it?
You get several laughy emojis in response. And after a moment, the door to the RV swings open and a large cloud exits the vehicle at the same time. As standing in the doorway is Spud, complete with crocheted wizard's hat and poncho, wearing sunglasses despite how late it is at night.
Seeing him exit the RV, I've heard about his weird get-up, but it is a little shocking to see it in person.
Delphine, a little enthusiastically, gets out of the van, or out of the truck, and starts walking over to the RV.
I will follow.
Both climb out. Spud hops out of the RV, shutting the door behind him, and moseys over towards a nearby picnic table where he hops up on top of it and sits down. Welcome. Good to see you guys.
Hey, Spud. And she'll sit down. This is Ray. He's and she'll look around to see if there's any mortals around.
No, you're far enough parked back at this point that there's nobody.
He's my group's head.
Ooh, boss man. Nice to meet you. And he holds out a long fingered hand.
I will respect the handshake, and I will walk forward and shake his hand. It's nice to meet you.
As you grab his hand, his skin is cold to the touch as he gives it a nice shake. Respectful, not too firm, based off of his lanky physique.
I've heard that you've been helping out our collection of people.
Yeah, I got a few things cooking and, happy to answer some questions. A little fun quid pro quo action going on here, but they don't kill me, so that's a good pro.
I mean, can't really go wrong with that kind of offer,
No, you cannot. That being said, what can I do for you both?
So, the issue with the mushrooms and
Yes.
it affecting even you guys now?
Heard some things, yeah.
Well, we got some intel about the... Damn. I don't know what term you prefer.
Oh, I don't give a fuck. I hate those bloodsuckers.
Then bloodsuckers. We got some intel about the type of bloodsucker it could be, and it got me thinking about you and Pippin. And I think basically we were told that it might be the kind that's good with animals. And I remember you telling me that Pippin belonged to someone else around here.
Yeah. We call them gangrel in my society. They're like that wrestler from back in the WWF Attitude Era, but, more feral.
Yeah, I would have ran with Edge back in the day.
Yeah, you get it. High five.
I'll high five him.
Anywho.
Lost and confused by the wrestling references.
Let me see if I can help you out here. That's the quid. Is there a quo?
She'll pull out a baggie of the spore dirt that they gathered at one of the hive locations.
Ooh. Yep, that'll work. And he reaches out for the baggie.
But yeah, we were hoping you could try to give us some insight on what we could be dealing with, because we got to get rid of it. It's creating problems for not just us and the humans, but potentially could start causing problems for you guys too.
So what are you looking to know? What they can do? What they hate? What?
D, all of the above?
Well, I'm probably just going to give you A, just for my own survival's sake. But you know the basic things that kill us. Fire, sun, chopping heads off, that kind of nonsense. But as far as the things that they can do, being good with animals is definitely part of it. But it's not the only part of it. Some of them are particularly good at that. My friend, for example, is very good at that. But some prefer to be the animal themselves. So in the way you all get furry and hairy and love to howl at the moon and whatnot, my people, or their people, can turn into a variety of animals, especially the older ones. So you know how you read in the stories about they could turn into a wolf or a bat or whatever. Yeah, that's actually pretty dead on. Now, not all of them can do that. That's pretty specific. But yeah, some of them can. So hard to trust the animals around you at all times. It's best to have your head on a swivel. Also, some can transfer their minds into animals. So even if you do kill the animal, you won't kill them. It's a little neat shell game trick they like to play. Again, more of the older ones. The younger ones aren't necessarily as good at it. They can piss you off or calm you down on a very deep level. They get that blood roiled up and you get a little bit bitey and feisty. They want to bring that part of you out. Or they can make you less bitey and feisty. Kind of snuff out that little fire inside, as it were.
We heard something about them being able to go into the ground. This one specifically.
Oh, shit. Yeah, then you're dealing with a big one, an old one. That's kind of high up on their list of things they can do. It's one of the more powerful tricks they have. Yeah, they can go into the ground, and even some of them can move through the ground before coming up somewhere else. Again, they'd have to be particularly powerful. There's a lower level where they can just sink and rise out of the ground. Some of them sleep in the ground during the day. It's better than, coffins or beds or rest stop bathrooms. But it's an option. Also, they can grow claws or particularly sharp, bitey teeth, longer than normal. And those are, they're nasty. Not a lot of fun. They poke really good. And rend and tear and rip. But I'm sure it's still not anywhere on the level you guys can do. But it's still, it's a bad time. It's a bad time. What else can they do? Well, they're particularly strong. So, they might look small, but they can hit really hard if they want to. Now that's kind of, by definition, a thing that a lot of the bloodsuckers can do. It's stronger than the average bear. But again, compared to you guys, they might be able to go toe-to-toe with you. Maybe. Again, depending on how strong and powerful they are. Some of them can be quick, depending on if they focus more on being animal-like. They can sneak really well. They can, survive really well. They take on a lot of animalistic features, kind of like you guys do. Ticks and all.
We don't have ticks.
Okay.
Do you think we have ticks? Is that something that bloodsuckers think about us?
Ticks, collars, sleep outside. Get a spray bottle to the face when you've been bad.
Delphine can't say anything about a couple of those.
Couple of questions on what you just talked about.
Yeah, shoot.
So you said that if this leech has the ability to go into the ground, that it is old.
Older, yeah. I mean, depending on how they focus their learning and training, you can get it at a pretty reasonable age, but most don't excel that quickly.
How much do you know about the current situation? Because obviously, our higher ups are talking with you and getting help about the situation. But what do you know about this specifically?
Well, I know that they need a solution, and that they've found that a particular metallurgic compound is the solution. But how are they going to do it over a widespread area? How are they going to do it in mass, especially with how rare that particular compound is? I also know that the infections are spreading, that they're being covered up very nicely, which means you got some either corporate or government involvement in that. And they come in all shapes and sizes, even like birds.
Fair enough. But I mean, I guess mainly what I was asking is, what do you know about the situation we're asking about this vampire?
Oh, I had heard rumor that there was some bloodsucker out there threatening the masquerade by, just attacking openly and kind of leaving no trace, though. So that's why, the big ups haven't really gone after them, is that if you can't get any proof, what's to say? But I did hear that some of our kind can get infected. So I'm assuming that's kind of what you're dealing with. However, that also means they might be able to do things that I don't know they can do. Full disclaimer, don't, sue me if you end up getting killed by it.
No, that's fair. This is something brand new. So if something new pops up, something new pops up. Can't really fault anyone for that. But how this thing is making more like plant people. Is that a common thing for your kind?
No, I mean, yes, they can make more. I mean, I'm here, obviously, and there are others, but it's not that simple. Sounds like to me you're dealing with an infectious bite of sorts, whether it's through the saliva or through the blood itself. They're infecting them, because to turn a individual into a bloodsucker is a long and arduous process, and to do it in mass to a bunch of people would be near impossible, to be completely honest, without drawing a lot of attention and, well, having to eat a lot. But from the sounds of it, this is an infection that's being spread through the bite, which means keep your mitts away from that mouth if you go toe-to-toe with this thing, because if they can infect people, they probably can infect you. I'd heard a little something about, one of you all getting infected.
Okay. So obviously it's a lot more in-depth process to actually make
Oh, yeah.
pure.
Now, what they could do is they could make ghouls, which means they share some of their blood, and it makes them obedient little pets with a little bit of extra power behind them. But again, in mass for an entire army, that'd be very costly and very exhausting. So it doesn't sound like that's the case here, even though the behavior would mimic those. A lot of ghouls still retain their personality. They still retain some autonomy. It's just when the boss says jump, you fucking say how high, or you don't even say, you just start jumping. But yeah, it wouldn't turn them into zombies or anything like that. It would just make them more loving.
Does this ghoul process, does it, obviously, like you said, makes them a little bit more powerful, but these abilities you mentioned before, does that share when this process is done?
It can. I mean, I don't know if it's sharing with the zombie people, but when it's done to a mortal, yeah.
There's a possibility.
Also, you have to do it a number of times in a certain amount of time. If it's happening right off the gate with the first one, that's definitely not ghouling. They'd have to revisit them at least 3 times.
So if they're very loving, they're a ghoul.
It can be. They can also just love your sparkling personality.
She'll point at the dirt that she gave him. So, one of our other pack mates, she had an idea and wanted to run it by you. She said something about fungus communicating through like pheromones and stuff.
Yeah. I mean, a lot of fungus communicate through spores or something similar like that. Yeah.
I know you've got that chemistry lab in there. Is it possible for you to potentially synthesize, like, I don't know, like a perfume or something using those pheromones to try to, like, because from what we're learning, they can feel us coming on the ground.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's definitely something the gangrel can do. The older ones that go under the ground, they can tell if something's above them. In fact, if you try to dig down and get them, they just sink deeper. But that being neither here nor there, yes, I can do that. However, need a sample. Need a specimen.
So the spore dirt won't work?
I don't know. I can examine it, but it's probably just going to have residual traces, and using that to make a mock-up or a formula, I don't know if I'll get the adjustments just right. If you want it to be especially potent to mask the stink that is you guys, you're going to need some powerful, strong stuff.
But it's a start.
It's a start.
You can identify stuff.
Yeah, I can start breaking it down, but really the best thing I could have is a preferably living specimen.
If we could get you the living specimen and give you areas for your friend who's of a similar type of bloodsucker to avoid, could you try to prioritize making this as quickly as possible?
Well, I'd have to put certain projects on the back burner, business projects and the like. So if I'm going to do that, I'm going to need to be able to finance my lifestyle, my extravagant lifestyle, while I'm unable to do business.
Slowly turn and look at the RV that he's currently living at.
Gas ain't cheap, buddy.
On a side note, speaking of your friend, have you been in contact with them recently?
Manner of speaking.
I don't want to be too forward, but if...
Be forward. I'm flirty.
I was wondering if I could get a description of the individual, just in case we come across this individual that we're looking for. If this person matches a description that you give.
Oh, she's not
I
sick.
can let you know. No? Okay.
No. I can assure you of that. In fact, she's been spending a lot of time out of town to get away from this nonsense so she doesn't get sick, on my advising.
Fair. Just, if it happened, just wanted to give you a heads up in case that inevitability happened.
Also, part of the deal is I don't reveal too much about her because, she's full flavored and I'm just the diet version, and don't know how you guys would react to that.
I mean, you've got an agreement with our people, and I personally am not gonna piss you off, so as long as as long as she's not coming into our areas, I'm pretty sure she should be fine.
Oh, honey, she's not one of the political kind. She's going to go where she's going to go. But, again, for safety's sake, I keep some space there. But who knows? If she decides to get into the mix, I will definitely give you a heads up. And I have to ask her permission first. Again, she could kill me.
Fair enough.
Your boy likes to keep his head.
I'm looking around now just because I want to make sure that he's not lying to us and that she actually is here.
Roll me a wits and insight.
Okay.
Now, you have not scored yet, so don't forget. You are at a detriment, and this has nothing to do with drugs.
I will pull my regular 2 dice away, so it'll just be my rage dice. That's 1 success.
He seems to be telling the truth.
All right. Well, on the subject of financing and making money, and she'll put some cash on the table. It's enough to cover weed, but also to cover her stuff. And she'll look at him. My friend that came with me last time, he really liked the weed. If we could get some of that.
Oh yeah, speaking about that, I had an arrangement with the uppers, and Stuff Shirt there tried to kill me or threaten me. So, just keep that in mind. As far as he tried to get all big in his britches in my RV, which is not very nice to do. But he's buying, so he'll get it.
Yeah, he's learning his manners still a little bit.
What happens when you have a small penis?
Delphine's just chuckling a little bit.
Anywho, yes, so this will help. I'll give you an update as soon as I've checked the soil, and we can follow up on a pheromone. I don't know how long it's going to take, though. It could be really quick. It could take a while, but we'll worry all about that on the back end. We'll worry about that when I have the thing to give you. But this is a good start. And he takes the cash and just slides it back to himself.
One last thing from me, at least. Are you aware of the boundaries that have been established between the bloodsuckers and us?
That's a thing?
Yeah.
No.
Basically, just tell if your friend does come back, just have her stay close to home.
Oh, for sure. She likes the woods, so she's not probably going to traverse to the city too much, but you never know. Again, I'll give her the heads up. Oh, sorry. What did your friend want?
He said this, it was the weed we bought last time. It was Rory that got it. My friend with the purple hair that she came apparently one time. I had no idea.
Yeah. Her and that other girl looked at me weird, like really weird. But I mean, I guess I have that effect on women. Yes, I got you. He reaches underneath his poncho and then presents a walkie-talkie. Pippin, can you get me some of the sticky icky wicky? Thanks, buddy. And he releases it. A moment later, you see the window to the RV slide open and the plumes still come out through the window. Spud pops up off the table and walks over to the window, and a little black paw comes out with a baggie, which he reaches up and takes.
I'll look at Ray, just gesturing to the window. I'm like, see? Drug dealing raccoon.
You told me, and yet I'm still surprised.
He's learning to cook, too.
What can he make?
Oh, he mostly just stirs.
Shake my head.
Anyway, yeah, I got you covered. I'll look into this with the dirt here. And he actually passes the dirt up to the paw, and 2 paws come out and grab the baggie and yank it back in. And see what I can make up for you. And yeah, anything else?
Delphine just looks at Ray.
I don't have any more questions on top of my head.
Cool.
I think we're all good.
He walks up and holds out the baggie to Delphine. Here you go.
She'll take it from him.
Delphine, roll a dexterity and stealth with +2 additional dice because of his help.
I was about to say, can I see
Wits and
if
awareness.
something's going on? Yep.
Yeah.
Is it sight-based?
It is sight-based, yes.
Okay.
The dexterity and stealth.
Can I activate my new gift?
Which gift?
The sharpened senses?
Oh, yeah.
This is would my favor. I don't think my favor would come into play. Adding a die to stealth or athletics pools related to traversal, escape, or infiltration.
I'm actually going to say escape would qualify, so yes.
Yeah.
You are trying to get away with something. You are trying to...
And I'm assuming with the sharpened senses, it reduces the difficulty by my wisdom score. So it'd be reduce it by 3, but it's a contested roll, so
Right.
I don't know if that works.
That's tough.
I
Yeah,
activated it without thinking, and then I was like, it's contested, so it's not really gonna do much.
Yeah, I guess in this case, we're just going to say no for now and just go with the straight roll.
All right, sounds good. Well, then I will use the willpower to reroll.
Actually, you know what? Add 3 dice to your pool. That's how we'll resolve it.
At 2, Kent.
Yeah. It's a good gift.
I got 5 successes. Keep lying, I can see it.
On 11 dice, I got 6 successes.
Okay. So, as Spud hands her the baggie, there's more in his hand than meets the eye. He's obviously holding something else beneath the baggie or wrapped up in the baggie that he's passing to her. There's a little extra there for sure. He's doing kind of one of those like pass cash in the palm of your hand type deals.
I will just look at the pass being happened, and then kind of look at Delphine.
Oh, she's not looking at you, buddy.
Oh, I know.
She's just gonna take what Spud is passing over, and she's gonna hold it real close to her.
Well, anything else?
No, I think that'll do it. Thank you, Spud.
My
Leave me
pleasure.
the fuck alone.
Yeah, feel free to reach out. I'll probably be getting in touch in a couple of days once I have information about this dirt. But if you're able to get a specimen before that or anytime soon, that would be spectacular.
Oh, we'll work on that.
Even a piece of one, as long as it's still alive, which I've heard they can do.
Unfortunately, yes.
Yeah.
She's just gonna wave to him, and she's gonna start rushing over to the car.
Hi.
Bye.
I'll nod at Spud and then start walking back to the car.
Oh, Ray. You ever need anything, buddy? Pew, pew, I got you.
As I'm walking away, I'll just give a thumbs up.
As you get into the car and prepare to depart, is there anything you wish to say to one another or do before we move on?
will be texting Forged to let him know that while him and Juniper are out, if they do by chance encounter something, while to try to bring back a piece alive, if at all possible. But other than that, she's just going to hold on to the baggie and sit in the front seat and just hope that Ray leaves her the fuck alone.
I'll get in the truck, start it up, put it into drive, and start pulling out. And as I'm watching the road, I'll just kind of glance over at Delphine. Got a little more than the stuff for Forged.
She doesn't look at him, holds the bag a little closer to her. She's now protective over it. And just stares straight ahead and responds, "Didn't break any rules."
No, you didn't. You are correct. I'm just... I want you to understand that maybe you don't have to. And for what I need to talk to you about something, and with you being on that stuff, I don't know if I can talk to you about it.
She is silent for just a few moments, thinking of how she wants to word this, before she ultimately just says, "You all need me to be on my A game for this, especially if we're going into the Umbra. And if I'm off this, I'm a liability. So you're gonna have to determine, Ray, if you'd rather want me going in with a handicap or at full capacity." Hell, maybe because if I go in handicapped, I'll end up just like Jace did. Is that something you want to happen, Ray?
I'll shake my head and exhale a little bit. No, it's not what I want. I know it's unfortunate that you need that to be able to actually function. But I need
Ray?
to have a discussion with you.
Ray, frankly, I'm tired of I'm legitimately tired of this. I got it from Sean, I got it from the Hellsept, I've gotten it from Eliza, I've gotten it from Aspen, I've gotten it from Charles, and I've gotten it from Juniper, Stakes, fucking even my parents from both when they were alive and now from beyond the grave too. I'm trying to keep myself together to be fucking capable for you guys, and I can't do it without this, so can you just deal with it? I'm not hurting anyone.
I am not trying to stop you right now. I understand that you need this. It sucks because we've had this conversation before. You know where I stand. And I know you're getting it from everyone. So I'm not going to give you a big philosophical speech with feelings about why you should stop. But I need your help with something. And I feel like to get the best of your skill set, the best of your abilities with what I need help with, you eventually you need to stop that. And unfortunately, you're dealing with a big issue right now too. I am also dealing with something big. And both of our stuff is not on a good timetable. So, after this mission is done, can we have a conversation about it?
She side eyes him and thinks back to that vision she had of him all those months ago when she held his hand in the clearing. And part of her wonders if whatever the hell that thing was is something to do with this, with how he's acting now. And she remembers the words that Charles told her when he was giving her the proverbial tea on her packmates, and just how with Ray it was, he can't save him. Delphine is just curious now as to what he is, what it is, and she wants to honestly find out what it is that her pack leader is hiding. So she'll nod slowly. We can have a conversation.
Okay. We'll go from there.
As you drive off, the rest of the car ride in silence. This is where we transition to our final scene of tonight's story. Forged and Juniper. Who would have thunk that these two would be put together as an investigating duo? Not me, after what happened up in Michigan. But hey, stranger things have happened. The two have been working surprisingly well together so far on this particular assignment, as they went to investigate an animal shelter, only to find that it is much more full than usual. They have been taking in many strays and many lost pets, only unable to contact the owners of those lost pets, unable to reunite those families. With that information in mind, they weren't able to coax out any of the information about the owners specifically of these particular pets, but they were able to sneak a few snapshots, a few pictures of the pets themselves to try and perhaps use as information, get into the hands of Artie to research. Who's to say? But with the information that, yes, indeed, there are more strays being found, more animals being picked up, this does seem to further the idea that the targets are animal-based, at least a little. With that said and done, as darkness seeps in, the two decided to go check out one of the dormant hive sites, one of the abandoned or destroyed hive sites. And using the map provided by Charles in the gathering of materials, they drive out into the country, far from the city. A very uncomfortable place to be if you're a bone gnar, but not uncomfortable if you're Juniper, having lived in the country. So while one of you feels right at home, the other feels anything but. Because out here, In the fields, the only ambient light is the moon. The fields themselves, the grass is dark, swaying in the breeze. Now you came somewhat prepared. You brought a few inflammatory items, maybe some road flares, to assist you in case things got hairy. You also brought flashlights, because let's be honest, nobody's that dumb. Or at least you'll use the flashlight on your phone. So as you arrive, using the van that has been property of the pack for quite some time now, while Ray and Delphine went up to visit the Duskborn, the two of you find yourselves in the field. Walking through the high grasses, you eventually approach a spot of ground that is burned, charcoal on the ground. The entire area, which spans probably about 10 yards across, has been completely burned down. All of the grass burned. The scene is yours.
All right, get the vision quests going here so we can get out here as soon as possible. I don't want to. Look, in horror movies, we be the one that die first, okay? We're out here in the middle of nowhere, darkness, doing this shit.
Where you know, like, where the big scary monsters in those horror movies, right?
I imagine if it was anything other than fungus zombies like it's The Last of Us, yeah.
Well, you know, we've gone up against some of those zombies and we've made it out. I think we'll be okay here. It looks pretty empty. I think Charles did a good job.
Well, do your vision thingy, whatever, spirit walking, and I'll just keep an eye out and make sure nothing sneaks up on us.
I will look around with my special eyes.
So as you attune yourself to the other side, the world becoming like a photo negative, the burn scorched area seems to extend beyond where it's actually burned in this area. And as you look upon further investigations, those aren't burns. That's decay beneath the surface, spreading out around the area, as if the ground has been eaten away at, as if it's been soiled or sullied further beyond what is natural. The burn scorches have caused the decay to stop. Doesn't seem like it's continuing to grow any further, but this patch of land is going to need time to recover, most certainly, especially on the spiritual side of things, as whatever was taking up residency here did quite a deal of harm to the ground beneath. As you continue to stare out, you don't notice any other movement. You don't see anything else present, at least in the immediate area.
My brows furrow as I look around and spend time on the scorch marks. This is actually really strange. These scorch marks, and I'll point at them, in the umbra shows that the ground, it like almost like the ground's been eaten. It's not, they're not just like normal, just fire marks. It seems to have stopped all of the decay happening, but this place is cooked. Like thoroughly fucked.
I mean, couldn't you just like dig the bad dirt out and just, purify it some way or whatever, or put some new one in so it doesn't do that anymore? I don't know. I don't know how this works.
I don't know. I don't know if that's possible here. I don't know if it will just, start healing itself, or if we'll need to do something to it. I honestly, I don't know. Could I make a roll?
Yeah, make an intelligence and occult roll.
I can't help, so I'm just gonna stare at Juniper just very blankly this whole time.
Is my rage still at like 2?
Yeah. That anxiety isn't going away, even if you are keeping it inside.
Three successes?
So actually, the decay appears to be primarily on the spiritual side of things. You haven't dug up the earth to see what's been done to the earth itself, but most likely it will recover in time. It just may take time. The fact that it's not spreading says that there's no active infection going on. There's no active corruption going on. This is signs of past corruption that are still yet to be healed. But there are ways the guru could help. There are certain rites and rituals that'll help purify a land, but one way or another, this is going to need to heal.
Well, I mean, the more that I look at this, the decay and everything isn't spreading. There's like it has been stopped in its tracks. There's no more corruption happening, and it seems well enough that it can heal on its own. I like vaguely remember hearing about some rites and some things that we can do to like purify the land and stuff, but honestly, I think it's going to be able to come back on its own.
I mean, that makes sense, I guess. Do you think they dug around here? Did we bring shovels?
I'll say you brought shovels, yeah. You're out here for the purposes of investigating, so you have basic digging implements, landscaping implements, really simple stuff, but you do have it.
I mean, we can see how it looks underground. I mean, if it looks like this on the surface, what does it look like underneath it,
Yeah, we can dig in a few places. If you want to start digging in that scorched place there, I can dig over here where the ground's not quite so toasty.
All right, and sure, I'll just walk to the van and grab a shovel out for myself, and I will not grab one for Juniper, and I will walk back to my spot.
Oh, okay. Guess I'll just get one myself, and I will do my best not to have a loud, long sigh as I walk back to the van as well to grab one of the shovels.
So once you two have your shovels in hand, if I understand correctly, Forged is digging within the scorched circle. Juniper is digging outside of it. To compare the two, I assume?
Yes.
Perfect. almost immediately the results are obvious. Whereas there's a ton of resistance for you, Juniper, in digging in the earth, Forged, the earth almost breaks beneath your shovel easily without any amount of effort. In fact, as you dig in, the earth crunches as if it's dried out, as if it has been completely devoid of any kind of water or any kind of substance that would keep it damp. It is just brittle and broken. And as you dig a shovelful out and you pull it back, there are dead worms and maggots in the earth. Some of them are a little toasty, others look like they might have been suffocated or heated out in some fast capacity, but there are handfuls of these bugs amidst the soil.
Just kind of stare at it for a moment, just, oh, God, disgusting. Bunch of dead bugs and shit in this. At least it's easy to dig, though.
Juniper. The shovelfuls you come up with are just regular, healthy soil.
As I just shovel up regular soil, I hear Forged, and I look over at him. Did you say dead bugs?
Yeah, like worms and maggots and whatever. I thought they were supposed to survive like anything, or is that just cockroaches?
Well, they don't necessarily survive everything. You're right about the cockroaches, though. Oof. Are they? Are you sure they're dead? Like dead? No, I'll walk over and look in.
As you go to investigate the bugs, if you even touch them or lift them up, they almost are brittle in your hands and will quickly crunch and dissipate.
Yeah. Yeah, this ground is definitely literally cooked.
Man, I don't know what the hell these people have with burying bad shit, you know? First it was that weird thing in the foundation of the house, and now we got whatever the hell is going on with this thing.
Well,
Annoying.
actually, like the worms and these larvae and stuff like that, they're good for the soil. They help the ecosystem. So the fact that
Yeah.
they're all dead and brittle and turning to ash, it just further shows that there has been a lot of corruption here.
No, I'm talking about the, Pentext evil people bastards. First the foundation of the house, that weird thing that me and Charles found in the foundation, and then now they have these things in the ground that are also hiding. It's like, kind of their MO, I guess. And like plants and stuff, whatever, like all involved in the ground.
Ah, yes, I see what you're saying. I thought you were talking about the bugs, not the fungus leech zombie things. Um, yeah. Well, I mean, I guess it makes sense for a company that, or not really a company, more like a horrific nightmare organization, um, that knows about Gaia and us and leeches and everything, and are doing what they're doing. It would make sense for them to want to corrupt the very thing that's helping make us.
Just shakes his head as he just continues digging, just seeing everything further down. He'll say, I think there's, I don't know, just seems kind of stupid. I mean, I don't get why you would just decide one day, like, you know what, I'm just gonna like kill everything. You know, it just seems kind of stupid to, be your whole plan. Doesn't sound like a, you know, very financially successful long-term business practice.
You know what, Forge? That is something we full heartedly agree on because I don't understand it either. I do not understand what the point is to destroy everything. I mean, it's not like they're gonna live. If they destroy everything and everything goes into decay, that includes them. Do they not realize that? Like, is the cognitive thinking part of their brain missing or something? I genuinely do not understand the point in all of this.
As you continue to dig, you start to hear the sounds of something like clinking on the shovel. Rather than the dry, brittle cracking of earth, you actually hear something solid rattling around in the shovelful.
I'll kind of look confused. I'll heft up the shovel and kind of like push it a little towards Juniper. Like, what's in there? What's going on? I kind of like shake a little bit of the dirt off.
I don't know. It sounds kind of like you hit some like rocks or something. Let me look.
As you start to spread aside the dirt, you eventually find the hard physical substance that's amidst the dirt. It's black, it's charred, it's bone fragment.
You think this
What
is
kind
like
of
the? Sorry, go ahead.
sorry, what kind of bone?
Roll me an intelligence and medicine, because it is only a fragment.
I got this. Trust.
I hope, because I have nothing. I'm just staring at you.
Question.
Mhm.
Could I possibly use science?
Yeah, you know what? Yes.
I have a specialty in ecology.
That won't work.
That won't work. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Then I am going to go with medicine on this one.
If it were or not even botany, like something to do with
biology.
Biology, that's the word. Yeah, that would help, but no, not in this case.
I'm going to spend a willpower.
Yeah.
That is 5 successes with a crit.
As you dig out the bone and you start to clear off some of the char, something about the angular shape of it, you think about the different places in which a bone like this could fit in. You almost put a map in your head of a human skeleton. You think back to all those high school science classes, the skeleton on like a pole in the corner that was used for all of those lessons. And then it clicks. This is likely the edge of a jawbone right at the back where it's supposed to hinge up into the skull.
I hold it up for Forge to see after I finish my analysis. Well, what you're looking at here is part of a human jawbone.
And you're just holding it? That kind of nasty, bro.
And this isn't the first time I've held a bone in my hands, or several.
This Forge can't help but
I grew up on a farm, Forged. We butchered animals and everything, so.
Forge lets out a snicker at the mention of not the first time holding a bone, and just says, "I'm surprised. I figured you weren't that type."
Well, it's a family job. Some of those carcasses get pretty heavy, so Juniper, like, I've just completely over my head, do not understand what he's snickering about, thought he was just making a joke about me being crazy in some way, shape, or form.
I guess, yeah, I think you maybe mentioned that once or twice, or yeah, seem obvious. You're like, what, homesteading, whatever, farmer bullshit.
Yeah, homesteading. Wait, what were you laughing about?
He's just smirking as he'll just say, "It's nothing. Don't worry about it. You'll learn when you get a little older."
Oh, what?
As he'll just laugh to himself as he looks down, and he just kind of, so am I gonna keep digging here, or is this just, we gonna see if we can find gold other than bones?
No, I don't think that you have to dig here anymore. Yeah, this is
Well, I mean, wouldn't we want to know how deep it goes, like the corruption?
we've already gotten this deep, and there's charred bone fragments still. So I feel like Charles did a very thorough job.
Well, I think, well, I was saying that more in the, not like he missed something, but more like, when we want to, it'd be a good idea to know how deep this corruption runs, so you know how much we got to do to fix it. You know, like, it might seem like a good thing to know how much this is fucking up the earth and how deep they might go.
I mean, yeah, we can dig deeper. I'll help.
As the two of you spend another hour or so digging, it just keeps going deeper and deeper and deeper. In fact, at certain points, you have to pull yourself out of the ground to take a breather or get some water because it is so dry that the dirt is kicking up almost like sandy particles. Eventually, you hit healthy earth, although it's more like sand because most things around here are sand when you get deep enough. It is about 8.5 feet down.
Who's just sitting at the like bottom, pulling ourselves out. Just Jesus Christ, that's, well, fuck, that's pretty deep. I think we're gonna have to look 8 feet down every time to try and find some of these motherfuckers. It's gonna be annoying.
Oh, God.
Roll me a wits and investigation, both of you.
Is there anything about finding something lost or overlooked would come into play? Yay! I will keep this. That's going to be a 5 with a crit.
Okay.
I rolled 1 success and 1 of my infamous.
Okay, so nothing happens with that, but you just don't see it. But Forged, you see in the side wall of the hole you've dug a slight glint near the surface of something metallic.
I'll reach down towards it, grab it, kind of like pull it out, see what it is.
As you pull it out, the dirt crumbling around it, it's a ring. Looks like a wedding ring. It's got some char around the outside from having been burned, but the metal seems strong enough, likely platinum perhaps, that it was able to hold up despite the intense heat of the area. As you examine it further, you look on the inside of the band to my darling Clarice.
Ooh, that's. I'm going to hold on to this. I'll pawn it off later, but it seems like we may have some sort of leads here. It says Clarice on it.
What? Did you find something?
Yeah, found a ring here. You know, Diz, by the way, but it says to my darling Clarice on it. So maybe we can, I don't know, find something out about this chick, or at least be it some sort of lead.
Yeah, we should be able to check the list of missing persons that we got from Artie when we get back, and then we can see. No, this is just one person. Well, fuck. If you found a ring, I wonder what other items are under the ground here that we can find and connect to missing persons. And then we can create a map of where everybody went. And then we can see the distance of like where they went missing to this hive. And then from there we can pinpoint further. I just start like mumbling to myself as I start coming up with a plan.
Oh my god, we're gonna keep digging? Man, we already found something. Like, what? I feel like at this point, like, you know, we already milked this cow, as you know, that's probably something you guys say, you know, beat this dead horse. I think we're good.
Well, I mean, I would prefer not to beat dead horses, but sure. We don't have to do this all night. I'm just excited that you found that, and now we can at least put one of the missing persons here and see how much of a distance there is. But I won't get into all of that. I know you don't like talking about that stuff.
No, it's just not really a point to it. I mean, not my job. It's what, you know, Delphine and Ray are for. They do all the planning bullshit, and I just go out here and get shit done, you know? It's just how it is.
I mean, it's not just Delphine and Ray. I have a lot to do with that as well. And you know, you do too, in your own way. You're not just the doer. You're not just being told what to do and then you do it.
Well, I mean, obviously, I'm not being told what to do and doing it. I choose whether I want to do it or not, but not like I don't think I can. It's just I don't want to, dog. It's just, that's too much work. Everyone's going to be expecting me all the time to come up with great ideas and shit if I started doing that. I mean, if you heard half the good ideas I've had, then I'm just saying half our problems would already be over. But that's the secret you gotta learn, Juniper. Is that if you start doing good, especially too good, they expect you to keep doing that over and over.
Like
So you
Ray
gotta
expects you to have great questions. And that's why he sent the both of us to go talk to the animal shelter.
see. That's the problem that I have now. Since I've done too good with that, he expects me to do that now. You gotta learn to set low expectations, set the bar low, and then you can cruise by.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you should try sometimes. I don't know. I think you try too hard. You're too much of a try hard.
I'm too much of a tryhard.
Yeah, you're always like foot on the pedal, you know, like tent, you're always like up here, you know, like Forge put his hand like up high, like simulating a bar. Like you're up here and you should be like down here. He like puts it towards like his chest, like mid waist. You're just like always go. It's kind of exhausting, you know? And everyone's gonna expect you to always be like that.
What if you're up here and I raise my hand above my head? Is my down here and I lower my hand? What if your perception of me always going like foot on the pedal is actually just like my keeping it low key?
If keeping it low key is you pretty much about to throw down with Ray in the middle, you know, in front of everyone, then I dread to think what, you know, going high key is for you.
I can tell you that my high key is way more explosive than anything you guys have witnessed me do. And I just
Nice.
kind of laugh to myself at my own little joke.
There is a moment where Forge is tempted to say, "Did Delphine's parents see it?" But he's considering what his promise was, how he was promised to get some good shit if he keeps the peace, and so he bites his tongue as he'll just look around one last time. He says, "Is there anything else we're gonna need to look around for here? We're gonna still like, are you still actually wanting to dig, or what? I know we got one thing, and I don't know if we need anything else."
I zone back in a little bit and I look around. I kind of like pull myself up and sit on the edge of the hole that we were digging ourselves in. And I do another look around the area.
Give me a wits and investigation.
Can I actually help this time?
Yeah.
This one time I'll actually help.
Yeah, go ahead and add a dice to your pool.
Four successes.
As you're looking around, you realize that the surface of the ground, which looked primarily like burnt grass and earth, upon further inspection, is riddled with charred pieces. Bone, hard, like almost charcoal hunks. This prompts you to get up, go to the truck and grab the rake you also brought, and begin raking at the ground. As you do so, you turn up another piece of metal. Dog tags. Military dog tags. It takes a little bit of elbow grease to scrub off all the char from the dog tags. But as you do, the name PFC Luis Santiago is revealed. 4th Infantry.
So we got now 2 names we can, I guess, draw on and see, I guess, where the hell they're sort of hunting around if they are staying in one area. Or I guess see if anyone near him, like, that knows these people know anything. I mean, someone must know something. We're in the middle of nowhere, goddammit. I thought everyone's supposed to know everyone around these parks.
Yeah, and someone will definitely know if someone, like, if somebody from the army disappeared, especially if they're active.
You think Ray might know something about it? I mean, he's the army boy after all, soldier boy.
I don't think so, considering we started back out in Michigan, and then he's been with us this entire time and not in active duty in the military. But he probably would know where to ask.
I mean, it makes sense. I mean, there's probably like some veteran place, whenever they hang out around here, and he could probably go there and ask around. I mean, isn't that like a whole thing, a whole club they got?
Yeah, I remember there being like VFWs and stuff in Michigan. It's where a bunch of military people hang out. I'm sure there's some down here of some sort.
Well, I am tired of being in the dirt and digging. I don't know if you got anything else you want to do, but I am good. Taco Bell is getting ready to close, and I want to get a 5-layer burrito before I head back.
Taco Bell is so incredibly unhealthy for you.
If I wanted something healthy, I would go anywhere else. If I even cared about that, I would not be going to Taco Bell.
I mean, I can just make you something when we get back to the house. You'll feel better eating something homemade than you ever would eating Taco Bell.
Where are you gonna make some vegan whatever meal, or what the hell are you thinking of making?
I just talked about butchering animals, Lord.
You're
I'm
talking
not a
about being
vegan.
healthy. That's what all vegan people talk about, being healthy and how
Not
they're.
all vegans are healthy. I can tell you that right now. A lot of them are so malnourished because they don't actually know how to eat a proper diet.
Like, how about I'll get a beefy 5-layer burrito and you make whatever you make, and then I'll compare the two and see which one tastes, how I feel about after eating both of those. How about that?
Deal.
So, with a bargain struck between the two, they pack up their tools and head back to the van and begin the drive back home. And this is where our story comes to a close this evening, except for two very special scenes. In our first scene, we find ourselves in an airport. The words Detroit Metropolitan Airport on the side of the building. A young woman with baby in tow has gotten off the plane and gone to pick up her bags at the baggage check. She then starts to walk towards the exit. There we see a man from the neck down in a suit holding a sign that says Lila West. She walks up to the man with a confused and somewhat bewildered look on her face. I'm Lila. What's going on? We hear a young male voice say, Your family sent me. I'm here to take you home. We pan up the back of the man to see that he is indeed dressed in a chauffeur's outfit with a little bit of sandy blonde hair coming from beneath the chauffeur's cap. In our next scene, It's the cairn. Several days later. Night has fallen, and the moon shines high in the sky. As the moon crests the tree line, a beam of light shines down upon the ground, and a portal opens. And this is where our story comes to a close. Thank you so much to these amazing players. Thank you to everyone watching at home. Tune in to Rage Across Tampa on Tuesday and come back here next week for the next episode of Hellhounds. Also, check out that Halloween giveaway we have going on. You can follow the link down in the description to find out all the things you can do to get in the running for our Werewolf starter pack. And while you're there, why not follow all our social media and come check out our community by following that Discord link where you could join in or run a 5th edition, 20th anniversary, or Chronicles of Darkness campaign of your very own. But for these amazing players, I'm Kent. Thank you so much for watching, and we'll see you next time.
So how with the pack, let the night be our guide. In battles of honor, we shall never hide.
This has been a St. Petersburg by Night production. Hellhounds is produced in agreement with the World of Darkness and Dark Pact. The storyteller for Hellhounds is Kent. Tonight's characters were voiced by Jay, Lilith, Ben, Nikki, and Katie. Visit our website at stpetbynight.com for more information about all of our productions and how you can become part of our community. Thank you for listening. Until next time, fangs, stakes, and claws out.